Right. Good evening, everybody. And how are we all doing tonight? It is time to get back into the weather. And tonight's stream, we will be playing from the perspective of a third character. So last time around, Isabella saw her friend Rose get brutally murdered. And then she was given a charm by Ashton. But then, the office the next day after her friend's death, she was haunted by the ghost. But we don't know what happened because at that point, after a QuickTime event, the game cut away from Isabella's perspective. So we don't know if she's alive or dead. We then cut to the perspective of Hannah, the rich socialite lady, explaining how she heard of the house, the process in which she acquired the house, and her first few days living in said house under the strains of a testing marriage to her husband, Luke. Unfortunately, after a revelation at an opening party from her supposed best friend that her husband had slept with her and had given her a child, upcoming child, she expelled her from the mansion, became incredibly clingy, and then became possessed. And wore a weird pendant around her neck. She may be possessed by some spirit or other. But we don't know what happened after that, because then the game cut away a second time. And now, tonight, we are playing from the perspective of Zachary. What tales will he tell this evening? We shall see. Hello, Mr. Woos Network. How's it going? So, I'm going to be playing the letter for a bit, and then at some point in a few hours, I will then be playing a game of micro stakes poker to keep up my practice, since I do have a regional final on Sunday, and I need to keep my poker mind pretty sharp. So, let's delve into the letter, shall we? And as so, timeline. New timeline. Yeah, I guess we're... Oh, okay, sorry, that was just before that. So now we are playing as Zachary. The present Aurora longed to be long before I crossed the threshold. So now we are playing as Zachary Zach Steele, who is a 31-year-old Pisces, 6 foot, a freelance photographer who is an agnostic American with an education of diploma in digital film, likes pie, photography and filmography, documentaries, cooking, acoustic guitar, and video games. Glad to hear that, Mr. Woos. Before his parents' deaths, he lived in New Jersey, where his family owned a diner and bakery. He and his older sister were orphaned due to a hate crime, and they were forced to move to England where their grandparents lived. He had loved cooking and helping out with their old diner, but grew lazy and disinterested after the incident. It did not help that he was one of the few blacks in a predominantly white community at the time. His passion for the visual arts was sparked when he found old Polaroids and home movies of his parents. Freelancing helped pay his rent, but the man had long set his sights on the indie film scene. It was during the creation of his first documentary that a robbery occurred and Ashton was there to investigate. Being in the wrong place at the wrong time led to Zachary being placed as a suspect, but the rookie detective helped him clear his name. So that's the story of Zach so far. Faint but light and warm, a reminder of what home is. Pa's stern but commanding gaze, Ma's tender styles, the sunlight filtering through the eaves in the morning, and a distinct smell of cinnamon and vanilla as it drifts through the air every time something cooks in the room. The room, our room, Mom and Pa's pride and joy. My sister and I too eventually, but we ain't allowed there. Not yet. Not until we're taller or older. Not until we've learned how to take care of ourselves and not burn our hands or reach the cupboards without having to be lifted.
But a little peek wouldn't hurt, yeah?
The floorboards are cold under my feet more than it usually is. The walls more forbidding than what I'm used to. Further and further the room goes. Ma's singing ceases and Pa.
No, please wait. I'll be good. I'll sleep on time. Don't go.
I can't hear Pa, not above the raucous clanging and the deafening roar of gunshots, nor the screams replacing the comforting soft melodies. There is only the blinding fear. When my foot slips, the red sea that catches me is bitter and frigid, but the blood that drips in my hand is warm, warm, warm. It ain't my blood. The walls tumble and everything goes quiet. It takes a few moments for everything to fall into place, for my eyes to adjust to the relative darkness of the room. Despite the pleasant chill the AC brings, my shirt is clinging tightly to me, and my blanket a tangled mess around my throat. Morning has not even arrived, and yet...
Way too early for this thing, man.
A flashback to his childhood, or something? And too long. Too long since the last I've woken up drenched in my own sweat, head littered with thoughts that are gone as soon as my eyes open. All too often, only imprints and brief images are left to haunt me for the rest of the day, or until my mind forgets about it. Egad, whichever comes first. Yet, vivid or not, whatever I can remember does not matter. Regardless, the desperation sticks, clawing up, pushing, urging me to relive every moment, every sensation, and... There's a twinkle in Ma's eyes when she looks up from her work, flour dusting her nose and cheeks. The scent of freshly baked bread wafts from the oven as soon as Pa opens it, and the homely fragrance of honey fills the room. He reaches up to wipe the small beads of sweat away from his forehead before gesturing for me to come closer the moment he spots me on my little hiding place behind the door. I expected him to be angry, but his pat on my back when I come within his arm's reach is encouraging enough. We'll have to taste these first before we put them up for sale tomorrow. You up for it, little man? Is it good enough? A knock cuts through the air before I can answer. Sharp, heavy, demanding, familiar. So distantly familiar. Ma ushers me out the kitchen when Pa moves to answer it, but I know what waits outside. The taste of blood in my mouth sends an unpleasant churning in my gut. Ma's apron crinkles under my tight grip. Something snaps back into place. My bed remains in an utter disarray, the walls still need a new paint job, and the wall clock ticking opposite my bed is as unsettling as ever. Ash is right. I should have already replaced that when I had the chance.
You're no longer there, Zachary. Here and there are miles apart. Calm down. Breathe.
The pressure of my own fingers against my temple is a welcome sensation over the anxiety gripping me. It never really did anything to stave off the headache to fall after this before, but it grounds me. A little reminder that I am safe, away from the place I once called home from Mom and Pa's. The urgency with each rap that falls finally chases away the ghost threatening to hang around. Why anyone thinks it's a good idea to knock at someone else's door this late confuses me. Nana would chase them all away with a broom if she were here. But no matter, it's a welcome break from the thoughts about to take a morbid turn if left festering. It's probably just Ash anyway looking for a place to freeroll. Crash. Looking for a place to crash. Wonder if wonders why he's bothering with the courtesy when he never did so before. Even with that hunch though, habit compels me to check who it is first for the people. They're safe and sorry, they say. Except the person that greets me on the other side ain't him. Unless his hair grew longer overnight and he started wearing a ponytail, of course, which I highly doubt will happen anytime soon, no matter how funny that looks in my head. I waste no time opening the latches.
Isabella, it's late.
Hey, it's Isabella. There's something I can't quite pinpoint in her eyes when she looks up. So hang on, this is set on the 25th. Oh. This is the day after the office incident. So Isabella survived that. Her face a pallid shade, shoulders tense, breathing heavy, mum spaghetti, and uncontrollable shaking in her hands when trying to hold back. Hide, if I didn't know any better.
Hey, Zach. Sorry, I know it's weird for me to show up at this hour, but you are the closest to my office, and...
No. It's perfectly fine. I'm not really working on anything right now. Do you want to come in?
Is it all right? I know you should be sleeping at this hour, but I thought... I'm sorry, I just thought... I have no idea why I went here. My feet just moved on their own after I got out of the office, and... Sorry.
She trails off, her voice lost in the muggy night air. I wait for her to say more, but instead only responds to a downward shift of her gaze, back to her still trembling hands, as if the motion alone is enough of an explanation. A minuscule gesture. Easy to miss if one is not paying attention. But for someone who has seen the same expression on the mirror, done the same thing too many times when white terrors are inevitable, it is not.
Hey, don't worry about it. At least you not. Ash just barges in and crashes on the couch whenever he feels like it. I swear that guy is one fine hairline away from being a criminal.
Without waiting for her answer, I step away from the door and saunter over to the kitchenette. For a few good seconds, only the clinking of the plates can be heard above the constant tick-tock. Where as it may be for a snack, the familiar motions keep me occupied, steering my mind away from dangerous thoughts. Isabella's company is not unwelcome either. Whatever her reasons for showing up here at such an hour doesn't matter. I'll be damned if I just turn her away, frazzled as she is. The door clicks shut behind her when she finally enters, feet scuffling softly against the tiled floor. In all the years I've known her, she has never once lost her ever upbeat spirit. Yet in this particular moment, as she stands in my doorway, holding her arms close to herself, it's as if I'm looking at someone completely withdrawn from the person I've come to know all these years.
Do you want to drink or eat anything? I haven't restocked my food stash yet, so ingredients may be a bit limited. But I'm sure I can whip something up with what I have here.
Just water will do, please. Thanks, Zach.
What? No additional food requests? That's new. I'll put something together for you anyway. And feel free to make yourself at home. You ain't exactly a new visitor here. Although my room's not at its most presentable right now. Sorry. New freelance gigs and such. Didn't have time to fix things up here lately.
It's okay. I don't mind.
Usually she'd have something more to say about that. A quip, a witty remark to evoke a laughter or two. Nothing from her this time. Only a weak smile before she takes a seat on the couch, and a silence that stretches out until what we left hanging feels disconcerting. Before everything turns stifling and awkward, I continue talking, only to keep a dead air at bay. How's one supposed to keep a conversation going when the person you're talking to is like this?
Anyway, gigs. Can you believe this one client we got? Boss had all my schedule shoots shifted after they caught wind of this couple buying a new property. Man, must be nice to have all the money in the world. The world itself moves for you, huh?
She's curled up on one side of the couch and hugging her knees close when I bring the tray carrying the sandwiches and the water she requested. She starts to strain up as I am running the contents, but pauses as soon as I hold my hand up in a halting gesture.
You're a guest. Didn't I say you're free to make yourself at home? Here's your water. Careful.
The tremor in her hands, still lighter now, still doesn't subside when she reaches out for the glass. I give her a questioning look, but she is quick to avert her eyes, keeping herself occupied by taking small gulps of water. Or maybe she just doesn't want me asking questions. Worrying. This sudden loss for words, this bout of quiet not normally present in our chats, even the creaking of the old chair when I casually take the steed is a welcome break. Although the company is familiar, this has gone way past unnerving.
What happened? Overtime at work?
She doesn't answer immediately. Another gulp drains a glass of its remaining contents. One would think it would be enough to help her recover, yet she doesn't lose her taut grip on the glass as she cradles it on her lap. Her eyes take an unfocused gaze when she speaks again.
Yeah. Boss handed me extra work today. After what happened to Rose.
Rose? Why do I feel like you've mentioned her before? Sorry, I'm better with remembering faces than names.
She was my coworker. That will take some getting used to. I was just talking to her the other day.
Was? Did she resign or something? I think I'm missing a few details here, Bella.
You've never met her. I think I did mention her once or twice. It doesn't matter. You probably heard her name recently from the news than me.
Something clicks then. A little memory from the night before. The bright red light from the dark room, the strong odor of the stop bath, the television's barely audible murmur in the background, and a glimpse of a bloody room. The news is everywhere even in the morning that follows. I just didn't think its effects will strike someone this close to me.
Oh. Damn. I didn't mean to bring that up.
No, like I said, it'll take some getting used to, but it'll get better. I hope it will. Things might become a little busier for me, though. She left a lot of things unfinished, and I'm one of the few people in the office who knows how she works. Boss thinks the transition will be easier if I handle it.
That explains it. Well, just don't forget you still need rest. Even the most hard-working people I know don't keep hours as late as this. Hell, the subway stopped running hours ago. Crime rate might be lower here than most places, but that doesn't mean you can walk around freely in the middle of the night.
It's just for today.
Still a good thing you dropped by here first. I'm not just about to let you walk out here alone, especially not in the middle of the night. Who knows what else could happen? I'm not saying you should go right now, but I could accompany you home if you...
No! Wait, please!
The vehement tension in her voice makes me pause, and it is in this instant the mask she's been keeping up falls apart, if only for a short while. Right then and where I understood what's hiding behind that unfocused stare from the moment she arrived. Fear. Pure, unadulterated fear. It's disturbing to see such marring her usual upbeat countenance. With a sigh, I cross the small distance separating us and kneel in front of her. She doesn't flinch when I do so. However, the way she appears to make herself small against the couch is telling enough.
Bella, this ain't just about your co-worker, is it? What is it really about? I'm all ears.
The sound of glass shattering rents through the air as soon as her hold on it loosens. In the span of a few seconds, her breathing grows labored.
I don't know. I don't know anymore.
She claps her hands over her ears, pressing it tightly against the sides of her head. Her voice grows weak with each word, each plea coming out of her mouth.
Please, please don't leave me alone. I don't want to be alone right now. I can't shake it off. Everywhere's not safe and...
All right, Isabella. Look at me. Look at me.
My hands are firm on her shoulder when I pull her up to look at me. It takes every force of will to ignore the terror in her eyes in favor of taking control of the situation. Too close, too similar.
Breathe. Breathe. You're safe here. Inhale, hold, exhale. Stay in the present. I'm here. No one's gonna hurt you. Do you want to talk about it?
The force with which she shakes her head is enough reason to drop the topic altogether.
No more. Please, no more. I don't want to remember anymore.
Kate, no more talking. I won't ask any more. Can I get you anything? Another glass of water? I think I have a tub of that pistachio ice cream you love so much. We're gonna have to clean this mess first. Will you be fine on your own for a little while?
She nods lightly before retreating into herself again. No more words are exchanged after that, and I take that as my cue to start cleaning the shards within the floor before either one of us get hurt. The quiet hum of the AC is a pleasant distraction as I go over the menial task. More so when the laggard draws a breath from my little feeble attempts to tell a quick story or two. But the wire does the trick, and soon enough she has already drifted off by the time I return with the promised glass of water, her chest rising and falling in a steady rhythm, the strain on her shoulders gone. Frankly, I've never seen her this still. She mumbles something I don't quite catch when I carry her to the empty bed and hugs herself tighter against the mess of blankets. In spite of the fact that she appears relaxed, the small frown on her face hasn't quite disappeared. Whatever happened to her won't be leaving her anytime soon. But for her sake, I hope it won't stay long with her. There are still questions left to be answered, but the 8th hour coupled with the sudden exhaustion made my old couch a more comfortable bed than it typically is. Wow. So she got really... I mean, if I had an experience like what she had in the office, I'd probably be quite freaked out too for a bit. Darkness immediately welcomes me as soon as my head hits the makeshift pillow. I can only wish the dreams will keep at a distance for now. For both of us. Which takes us to Tuesday. So, a frightened Isabella is knocked at Zachary Steele's apartment in the middle of the night, shaking she refuses to sit up and Zachary let her stay regardless. The first few notes, while muffled, are enough to wake me. In the end, it became one of those nights where sleep passes like a blink and is plagued with vague, fuzzy thoughts. Hey, that smells of my sleep. I lift a hand to rub away the drowsiness from my eyes, although it does little to relieve the gritty burning sensation from my eyelids. Outside, the sun is yet to peek over the horizon, but night has already given way to the cool morning light, washing everything in subtle grey hues. At this hour, the entire city remains unstirring. Seems like it's got a pretty decent view from its window there of the city. Ordinarily, waking up before my own alarm means abusing the snooze button twice or thrice to catch those precious few extra minutes of sleep. Never usually a good idea to do that. You might as well just wake up and get on with it. I don't think it helps if you go back to sleep because your body has to try and get into rhythm, but it's not allowed to. It's usually better just to get up, I think. But the persistent ringing makes it impossible now.
This better be good.
Groggily, I scramble for the bag swing at the foot of the bed. The ringing still hasn't stopped even as I fish the phone out, and Ashton's name flashes bright on the screen when I turn it on. Must be pretty urgent if he hasn't dropped the call
Took
yet.
you long enough, Z-Man.
Ashton, it's 6 in the morning. Sun hasn't even risen. Hell, my brain ain't even awake yet. Stop calling me Z-Man.
It's 20 past 6, Zach.
You want to talk? Give me back my 5 extra minutes, Ash. I want my sleep.
Hey, don't make fun of me. I can be a more person too if I want to.
What's this all really about? You don't usually make calls around this hour. Is the world ending today?
Sorry about that. Becca rang me up a few minutes ago looking for Isabella. Said she didn't show up in her own apartment last night. We both tried calling, but her phone seems to be off. Do you have any idea where...
I should have known you two would come looking for her first thing in the morning.
Not a laughing matter, Zach. You can't really let your guard down with everything that's happened here recently. You've heard about the Cooper woman from the news. Everyone in the precinct has been restless ever since the incident the other day.
Yeah, I get what you mean. Listen, Ash, about Bella.
I let my voice trail off, unsure on how to go about recounting last night. If I should even say anything to him. He might be a close friend, but at the end of the day, whatever's bothering her ain't mine to speak of in the first place. On the bed, Isabel remains as still as when I transferred her the night before. Sometime during her sleep, she pulls a blanket over herself and tucked it into it comfortably. Like this, it's easy to forget the horror in her eyes, or how much her hands and lips trembled. Save for her firm grip on the edge of the covers, she appears nearly as normal as she would any other day. Almost.
I'm not really sure how to go about this while being...
Zach, what about her?
Something, the worry, the concern, must have surfaced in my tongue at his own shifts then, carefully as he's preparing for the worst.
Look, you don't have to worry about her. She's with me right now. Since last night, in fact.
Oh, why didn't you just say so earlier?
She kinda knocked in the middle of the night. I couldn't possibly wake you two over that. And with how things are when she arrived, I thought it'd be best if I let her rest first. I just wasn't expecting people would be looking for her before the rooster even crows.
You could have at least called her something. Becca's beside herself with worry when she found out. You know how much she frets about the smallest stuff.
I know. I'm sorry. That was a lapse on my part. And I just didn't think, okay, you know what? Rebecca's worries ain't completely baseless. Isabella hasn't been her usual self since the movie. Maybe even before that. I don't know if I should be opening my mouth about this, but Bella didn't outright say I shouldn't, so...
So something's wrong then?
I'm not quite sure, to be completely honest. I couldn't get the story out of her.
Really? I thought you'd learned something from me by now.
That's not it. Ash, when she appeared at my doorstep last night, she was shaking, and when I tried to ask her about it, she just panicked. Had this frightened look on her face. I'd be surprised if this was the first time I've seen it, but it ain't. Dude, the first time, she was screaming.
First time? When was this? You weren't talking about the thing in the movie house, are you? Because that was just us fooling around. Granted, I think I went overboard with the joke, but...
No, it happened the day after. When she invited us to lunch, you weren't there. We were walking one second, and then the next, she's crying out. I'll be straight with you. That scared me shitless.
It bothered him if the way he falls silent after his telling. But whatever his opinion is stays absent from his voice when he speaks again. He's always been good with that, hiding what he thinks.
Did she say anything else?
Nothing. Won't tell me anything aside from a few vague words. I didn't want to push it.
Where is she? Is she still sleeping?
Right here with me, still sleeping. Should I wake her up or something? Let her know you guys are looking for her?
No need. Let her rest. I'll drop by in a few.
Today? Don't you have work at this time? I mean, I can drop her off home myself before meeting my client later.
Look who's talking.
My schedule's flexible, Ash. Last time I checked, you're the one who didn't have that luxury. How on earth do you think I'm able to tag along when you need me?
It's not completely out of the way.
They live on the other side of the town from you, Ash. Your definition of out of the way is a little screwed up, you know.
It's fine. I have some things I need to do anyway. I'll call you back. I've got to let Becca know that Scared Cat's fine. Bye.
He drops the call before I can even get a word in, and for several minutes after I find myself simply listening as the rest of Luxborn rouses. The increasing sound of passing traffic, the bustle of the nearby shops preparing for the day, and the growing clamour of the people as they go about their morning. So this is the day before his photo thing with Hannah as well, so he's not going to be attending just yet. Not the most soothing sounds to hear following a troubled night, but the routine puts me at ease nonetheless. What's comforting, what's safe when I'm used to. Nearby, Isabella shifts but doesn't wait, blissfully unaware as the city slowly stirs itself back to life. Was her night as restless as the one I had? Were her dreams as lucid? In hushed moments like this, I envy her. Unreasonable, probably a little unfair to say such in light of last night. If only forgetting is as easy as breathing. Small yawn escapes me when I rise from the couch to stretch. Luckily, the short conversation with Ash has effectively driven away any will to go back to bed. I still have a day to get through despite the proverbial ghosts hanging around. The orange bowl sitting at the edge of my table is reassuring against the palm the instant I pick it up. The sterile odour of the capsules equally so, yet the weight they carry is something I've never gotten used to. Years ago I'd spend minutes, heck, even hours staring at a single pill trying to take one in. Now it's just routine, a way to stave off the unwanted nightly visits. Although I don't think Dr. Neville will be quite pleased if he ever finds out I'm relying on them again. I do owe him a visit regardless, especially after missing our appointments on purpose and ignoring his calls for weeks. Another sigh comes out, tired and weary, and I pop the tablet into my mouth.
Zach? What time is it?
He's taking pills to undercome night terrors or something? The ball of my hand hits the table with more force than necessary. As much as I trust my friend, there are some things I'd rather keep to myself.
Morning, Bella. Did you sleep well?
She answers the question with a long, drawn-out yawn, one reminiscent of a child. I chuckle my to come out of my mouth at the sight. In this manner, it's easy to mistake her for someone too young for responsibilities. Inexperienced and immature, even. Easy to forget she was thrust into the role of an adult earlier than her own dreams can afford, to overlook how surprisingly observant she can be at times. Maybe not on the same level as Ash exercises for his investigations, or Rebecca needs for her own work, but it's certainly enough to defectively put what she sees around her on canvas. And if the way her eyes flickers to my table and my hand says something, it is that I won't be able to avoid the questions this time.
Only a little. I don't remember how I ended up on the bed, though.
My doing. You didn't look very comfortable sleeping on the couch, all hunched up like that.
It would have been enough for something temporary. Sorry I stole your bed.
Hey, it doesn't matter. Besides, what kind of gentleman would I be if I leave a lady sleeping in such uncomfortable conditions? Not in this house. My nana will give me a tough scolding if I ever did that, I'm telling you.
Thanks a lot, Zach. I know I barged in at a very inconvenient time last night. I wasn't really thinking when I did, and...
Hey, it's cool, Bella. I ain't mad at you. That's what friends do. You guys are welcome here anytime. Although Ashton abuses the anytime part a lot, I don't really mind. We might have less wiggle room if all four of us are present, considering the size of this place. But as long as no one makes anything explode, it's totally fine.
Fine or not, I still owe you one for last night's trouble, especially since you don't seem to be...
A concerned expression passes over her features as she spares another cursory glance over the table, back to the bottle holding every small piece of what keeps the bad memories at bay. The blood blooming over Pa's heart, the horrified look on Ma's face as she watches him fall lifeless to the ground, and every ounce of spite seeping from the stranger's smile. You don't belong here. You monkeys don't belong here. It never stops, doesn't it?
Well, you don't seem to be feeling well. Let me know, okay? I'll make it up to you somehow.
She makes a slight gesture with her hand towards the bottle, asking a question without really asking. Subtlety has never been one of her greatest assets, but right now even Ash would have been a little amazed, if not at loss for words, at that. She has left it up to me whether I'll give her the response she wants to hear or not. A little clever coming from her, if anyone would ask me. But it's never easy, ain't it? Talking about my own problems, that is. I gained plus with Isabella for that. I never will be, not by a long shot. Not when I've waited to stay this way for so long. I realised that long ago when the wounds are still fresh and the dreams are a nightly occurrence. Force yourself to get better and move on to better things. It is what's normal now, I can only cope. The question in her eyes may be unwarranted, but simply out of curiosity and sincere concern for a friend. I don't owe her an explanation, in fact, but of all the people I keep close to my life, she's probably one of the very few who perhaps I could trust with this. Maybe she won't understand entirely, and I can never hope she will. No, never to the full extent. I know one is expecting too much of her and giving too much of what I can. However, for all her shortcomings, I know she'll hear me out. And that is all I can ask of her.
My bad. I was kinda hoping you wouldn't have seen me with these.
The pills rattle lightly against the container when I simply sent it back to its usual place. Always the small area closest to my laptop near the right hand. within reach whenever, and a quiet reminder of what I shouldn't miss every day.
What? Oh, is it bad? I was just thinking that maybe it's a cold like Becca's. Do you need me to get anything from the store? Soup or something? There's one nearby, right? I can run real quick and...
No, nothing of that sort. I'm perfectly healthy right now. It's really difficult to say, but can you promise me you'll listen at least?
What is this about, Zach?
I should have been upfront with you about this a long time ago. But Ashton found out without me telling him anything. But you already know how that guy is. Can't hide anything from him.
If it's something you're having trouble saying, you don't have to force yourself to tell me. I'll forget I ever saw anything and won't ask questions. Promise.
No, I need to get this off my chest eventually. Besides, we're already
Hey,
here.
Reg 4 thing, how you
Might as well
doing?
finish what I started, yeah?
Why are you going, what the fuck?
If you say so.
She takes a seat on the couch, her posture easy and open, and a smile on us, as if this is a simple talk between two friends on a regular day. I'm fine, but what the fuck? What are you going what the fuck over? It is far from one, but her unreserved air is enough to stamp down the twinge of unease that threatens to come up.
Let's hear it then.
And she does. The game. Yeah, this is a visual novel. It was gifted to me by Drauken. It's horror themed. Although right now it seems like it's kind of a slice of life, this is actually a horror visual novel, believe it or not. It's not that cutesy, I'm afraid. You're playing a dating sim? No, this is not a dating sim. I wouldn't play a dating sim. It's like, this is the last visual novel I'll be playing on this channel that is, unless it's under 10 hours. So probably the last time I'll be playing a visual novel ever, unless it's real short. True to her word, she listens while a story spills out of my mouth of my mom and pa, that little old diner across the pond, and what it left in me that day. I can't recall most of it now, my own account jagged with a few missing details here and there. The passing years have eroded most of my recollection of the whole incident. I mean, a bit later on I'm going to be playing some poker to practice for the regional, so if you can stick with me for a few hours, if you like poker, you can have that, I guess, to look forward to. Also after that one morning in the kitchen, the ringing of gunshots are as vivid as it signed that day. Even Mar's hysterical screams the moment Pa's body hits the floor motionless, his lifeblood flowing out from under him. And the gunman, he was smiling. He was smiling when Pa opened the door to welcome him. He was smiling when he put a poet to Pa's chest and Mar's head. I've heard stories how the world could be a cruel place for people like us before. I never believed until that moment.
Nan and Gran took us right after that. Sis and I.
You're kind of looking for
Went straight to
gameplay
New
right
Jersey
now,
as soon as they heard the
sorry.
news.
Alright, well, thanks for tuning in for a few minutes. I'll see you around. There'll be plenty of Doom and other stuff in the future, don't worry. So, see ya, I guess. Nana and Gran took us went. Oh, sorry.
A few days after, Ma and Pa were laid to rest. And we have a new home a continent away. I didn't even get the chance to take my favorite pillow with me. They said something about the change of environment will be good for us. They had no idea the different kind of ghosts would follow me here.
I expected questions, most of those brewing with childlike curiosity and maybe some that are a little hard to answer, but to her credit she just sat there, went her ears and looked at me with no expectations or unnecessary judgment in her eyes. She appears wiser and older like this, easier to see the breadwinner in her. Her younger siblings are lucky to have her. When I'm done, after everything's been said, she wraps her arms around me. A bit awkward considering the gap in our heights, but it gets her sentiment across. But it's difficult to answer this in kind if I'm even supposed to reciprocate the gesture given my earlier apprehension. She pulls away shortly with a smile on her face. Not the reaction I braced myself for, but it's obviously better than what I imagined.
Are you not gonna say anything?
Am I supposed to say anything after? Like, apologize or something? I don't think that's very appropriate, but if you want to hear one, I can think of something real quick.
Not really. Other people have something to say after usually. And they're not necessarily nice either.
Oh? Okay then. I won't. I can't think of something anyway. Sorry. I'm not very good with this. Who else knows, by the way?
My older sister, grandparents, and just Ash and you for now. Maybe I think I should tell Rebecca too, but...
But not right now?
Yeah, not right now. When I'm ready. Like today.
I'm sure she'll be willing to hear you out once you do.
I don't doubt she will. I'm more afraid of how she'll react after. One step at a time, yeah? Whew. Surprisingly, it feels good to get that one out my chest. I was a little afraid you'd be angrier. I didn't tell you earlier than today.
I'm not angry. I'm just surprised. You didn't look like it. I wouldn't have suspected. I suppose that's how it often is, isn't it? We all have our, what's the word Becca uses? Inner demons? But this is something personal to you. I understand why you'd rather have a few people know.
That too. Well, these past few weeks haven't been easy for you. I didn't want to add that. Not after last night.
Something passes in her face, brief, fleeting, and disappears right before I can recognize what it is.
You okay?
Yep, no worries. I'll be fine. Look, about last night, never mind. This isn't a good time, but don't lose sleep over this, all right? What's important is you got what you want to say out, and if you need me, I'll be here.
I should be relieved. Her words are more than reassuring to my ears. There should be comfort in hearing those alone and knowing I have another person to rely on if things ever go bad. But somehow I find myself worrying more for her instead. I'll make another attempt to get the story out of her if I can, but this is a dance I know all too well, and with her, I doubt forcing her to say something would yield any results. As much as I want to imitate Ash, there's only so much I can ask but won't result in something a little over disastrous. I bet she'll stop talking to me until a week passes. At worst, I'd rather not risk it. I've never seen her angry. Outright annoyed, maybe, and often directed to Ash, but never furious. What do they say again about happiest people when angered? Besides, it'd be unfair to her after our little chat.
So, food then?
She seems to lead at the brisk chase of subject, and as if it has been simply waiting for its cue all this time, her stomach rumbles at the mention of food. Rather loudly, as a matter of fact.
Alrighty, Missy. We're going to get some chow now. Better be quick, though. Can't have your stomach starting a revolution on us here.
Don't make fun of me. I'm not that hungry. Maybe a little. I didn't think I'd end up skipping dinner last night.
And now we have one starved stomach protesting. Sorry, it'll be nothing fancy, since I'm a little low on stocks. I should probably drop by the grocery store after the meeting this afternoon.
I can make a quick run for you if you want.
Nah, I've got enough to put together something nice here. Maybe. I could always improvise if we're missing an ingredient or two. It ain't like we're going for a Michelin 3-star status here. Also, didn't I say you're a guest? Is this a Filipino thing? Or just Rebecca rubbing off on you?
The soft laughter that comes from her doesn't quite reach her eyes. Neither. The answer is neither. Because if she stays idle, she'll be
On second thought, I might need a little help slicing up the potatoes while I prep the ham. You up for that?
What? Do you think instant noodles are all I'm about? I'll have you know I can cook a mean paella with my eyes closed. All my siblings love it.
Sure you can. Come on. I think I know what we'll do with those spare ingredients.
Despite the massive effort to keep the mood light with small clatter, cooking ends up being a most required affair. Between us, the constant clapping of the knife against the board and the muffled noise from the television I left running, words have become surprisingly difficult to string together. Fair enough. Not entirely unusual, we've had moments like this before, but definitely unnerving with how things are now. I really wish someone else would come knocking at the door. As pleasant as this is, breaking the ice or keeping a conversation going has never been my forte, but has always been Isabella's or Rebecca's department. Sometimes Ash's are those most coming from him borderline awkward or embarrassing. Speaking of the guy, he never did call back, and I'm willing to bet my entire yearly salary that he fell right back to sleep after that call.
Sorry, Bella, could you...
Yep, I got it. The potatoes are almost ready, by the way. I turned down the heat just in case. You might want to check on them, though. Hold on, I'll be right there. Sheesh, wait up. If you keep rapping at the door like that, you'll break it down. Ash.
Oh, good. You're awake.
Ash has already woken himself in when I take my eyes away from the oven. He's never really been keen with the notion of curtains after he's warmed up to you, this guy. All 13 of my locks he broke can attest to that. He's a good fellow, though. Maybe a tad bit standoffish at first glance, but he's trustworthy.
Don't you have work today?
I could ask the same of you. Hey, Z-Man.
You're late. Something came up? You need to drop the Z-Man. It's getting old.
Sorry, I got caught up with something at the precinct on the way here. Had to attend to that first before things got out of hand. I'd tell you about it, but you know how it can be with those kinds of things. Later, maybe.
And you're here because...
What? I'm not allowed to say hello?
I doubt you're here because of that. and you're not answering my question.
Ah, my bad. Forgot to mention that. He called earlier looking for you. Rebecca's worried because you didn't come home last night.
You could have called my cell instead.
You weren't picking up. Anyway, I'd really hate to cut this little get-together short, but I need to be somewhere else. Come on, Isabella, let's get you home. I'll drop you off on the way.
Wait, we're going now?
He quietly claps a hand on her arm and begins ushering her out to the apartment, throwing a casual wave at me as they pass. Isabella, on the other hand, doesn't appear too fond of the idea, and sure enough, before they even cross the threshold, she puts a firm foot down, the force well enough to halt them both and catch the taller man off guard. It would have made for a funny picture, the way Ash almost crashes into her and Isabella giving him an indignant pound over her shoulder. Surprise and confusion are on his face all at once, two things that rarely ever grace it if he can help it. A rare moment even for our small group. If only I have my camera with me, dang.
What is it?
Zach cooked something.
If it's just food, I'll get you something on the way back.
But the food! It's Zach's cooking! Real delicious food that actually tastes like food. At least stay and have a bite, please. Zach, help me here!
These two, whenever they are in the same room, sometimes it feels like herding a group of unruly kids instead of talking to two mature adults. One moment they're engaged in pleasant chit-chat, and the next they're bickering over a minor issue. Frankly, if I didn't know any better and I have no natural imagination, I'd say there's something going on. Never mind how utterly impossible that idea is. Or it might just be me reading too much into things like always. I can only hear Ash's laughter if I so much as suggest such. This, however...
I don't know about you two, but I think you guys should really stay. I've already made enough food for all of us, and it'd be a waste.
Oh, we got positives with both of them for that.
Why, I cooked up that special honey glazed ham you two keep on yapping about. Got some scalloped potatoes with onions and cheddar to go with it, too.
Oh. Does that ding mean we gained a point? That was oddly timed. I shoot the two of them an apologetic look before sauntering over to the kitchen, mittens in hand. The sweet smell of the glaze and salty tang of the melted cheese wafts through the air as soon as I open the door and take out the two trays inside. The scent immediately fills the entire room, and even with the door and windows open, the mouth-watering aroma lingers. It's appealing enough that when I put the dishes down on the counter, another starved stomach protests wildly, followed by a burst of laughter. My head snaps up with two of them, and I can't keep back the smile at the sight they make. Isabel is springing to the doorframe for support, doubled over with breathless laughter. Ash is the most composed of the two, trying to look unconcerned, but a flush has crept over his neck and cheeks. It's clear whose stomach's that came from, and Isabel's not going to let him live this down.
You're in no place to reject an offer of free food, Frey.
I wasn't rejecting anything. Damn it, I just missed a meal, that's all.
Aw, he's flustered.
Shut it! Those guys at the precinct said it was urgent. Somebody has to be responsible for it.
Well, aren't you precious?
Right. You know, if you keep laughing like that, you'll burst.
I'm sure it won't be as bad as your stomach suddenly rumbling like a starved.
Aye, kiddos, play nice. Food's gonna get cold if we keep this up. Ash, you gonna stay?
Might as well, since Scaredy Cat's so hell-bent on staying.
We eventually settle down after the food has been served, the jive's replaced by another round of friendly chat, mostly about what's on the news the night before. There is, however, a conscious effort to avoid mentioning what's currently on the headlines. The dead is never a good topic to talk over food in polite company. This case in particular. The wounds are too fresh, too soon. I likely avoid it as well if I were in a position and someone I personally knew passed away in a gruesome manner like that. So perhaps the closest we got to broaching the topic is when the infamous mansion is brought up again. But even then we are careful, Ash and I. We keep the conversation light and avoid bringing up her late business partner. It's the least we could do.
The Wrights? Yeah, they're planning to move in soon. In fact, they already have a housewarming party planned. It's why they wanted us to rush the papers. They wanted to send the invitations out as soon as possible.
Oh, now I get it.
Get what?
Remember what I told you last night about the new clients?
Vaguely? Sorry, I was a little out of it yesterday. Was it the photo shoot?
Yep, it's actually for the one you sold. Ermite, something. When you put it that way, I suppose it makes sense why my boss wants me to prioritize the couple. They can have those documents rushed at just a snap of their fingers. They're more influential than I initially thought. Man, I guess my boss is expecting a lot more from this project than I expected. Hope I can live up to it.
Your photographs are more than good enough, Zach. You'd probably win an international award if you let yourself. Ma'am Hana's easy to please, too. As
Yo,
long
they
as you're
having
good at
fucking
following
mac and
instructions.
cheese? It's supposed to be a glazed ham, apparently, Granger. Also, hello, Granger. Not seen you in a little while. How you doing?
Easier said than done. Different clients have different tastes, after all.
Still, a week? I don't think that's possible.
Now that you mentioned it,
You're busy dooming, huh?
they wanted everything finished at the earliest.
Very busy. But it's out. Wait, what's out?
To be honest, it's not unheard of, but
But it's still weird. Still weird, yeah?
The chunky update for I have no idea. Wait, you mean episode 2 is released? Oh, right, okay. The chunky update for I have no idea. Fixed episode 1, all new guns, map 4, lots of bug fixes and other improvements. Oh no episode. Oh. Yeah, I played map 4, didn't I? On the playtest stream. A slip of the tongue. Still barely noticeable to someone who's already feeling last his wage, yet in this case it's impossible to miss. I shoot him a curious glance, but he ignores it, rather
I
pointedly.
can't exactly say it's like that. Where I'm just the middleman after all.
Oh, nice. Well,
As much as I want to comment on it, I only know what's on the surface, not the in and outs. It's just that BRC and my boss are more hands-on with the legal stuff this time, despite having a separate department dedicated to it.
Maybe Mr. Wright helped with it too. They have their own legal team for this, don't they?
Well, they should have one. Especially for a big property like this.
They have, but like I said, it's off our hands. Rose and I don't handle this stuff in the office. If anything, to me, this just means I'll be able to send the rest of the funds to Papa's treatment earlier.
I guess that makes a whole lot of sense. Officially off our instant noodle diet, aren't we?
Ash, has anyone ever told you that you have an uncanny way of ruining the mood?
What? I was just saying. A few more months of stuffing your face with those, and I'm sure you'll start to look like a noodle cup. That's a pretty picture.
At least I don't live off convenience store food. Or make poor, unassuming pressure cookers explode.
What? How did you... Oh, come on, Zach.
Sorry, it just came up while we were cooking earlier.
I'm impressed, Ashton Frey. You even made it to the news.
A one-time thing. And it wasn't as big as you seem to be imagining.
Oh, sure. Let's all pretend that one time you almost set my apartment on fire didn't happen too.
Hey, that was an accident.
You were making a salad, Ash.
Can we please move on to a different topic?
it helps. The casual talk, the harmless teasing, the mundane stories interesting enough to let time pass unnoticed. By the time lunch ends, the showers are no longer at the forefront of my mind. How am I doing, Karaja? I'm doing okay. I have a regional final poker tournament to attend on Sunday. I have been actually playing quite a bit more poker recently than I ever have done previously in my life, and I've been getting a few decent cashes in live games. I've been playing a little better. I just have this sort of passion for it at the moment, which I've never previously had for the game. In the past, I've just sort of played, had periods of time where I enjoyed it, and I get fed up and like be bored of it and just go back to something else. But this time, partly because I've had the pandemic has cut off from the usual routine of. I mean, to be honest with you, prior to the pandemic, I was actually thinking of quitting poker altogether because I just felt like I was just throwing money away and not really enjoying the experience. I was quite close to actually just not bothering at all. But after not being able to play for ages and not being able to go out, I've kind of regained an interest in it with some intensity. Hell, if it's the same for Isabella for whatever troubles her, I could never tell. And otherwise, you know, I've now made it to a full year in my current job. I'm looking forward to the Christmas periods. I'm playing this game to get it out of the way so that I can get on with more interesting stuff. I mean, I find it's interesting, but it's not as interesting for us to watch because it's a visual novel. This is a horror visual novel, by the way. It's just right now it's very light-hearted, but I can assure you we are in Spooktown when it wants to be. These things, the anxiety, the fear, they ain't easily seen, ain't easily forgotten after all.
You go on ahead. I've got a few things I need to ask Zach.
Nah, horror month has passed, Kraja. This was something that I was supposed to play in October, but October was tricky for me. At least the latter half of it, anyway. Yeah, I've heard yesterday that the remaster is pretty bad.
I'll be downstairs in a minute.
Confusion briefly flashes in her eyes as she catches the keys he tosses over, but he doesn't give her an answer and waits for her to go
How
ahead.
sure are you I won't be driving away with your Shirley?
You don't even have a license. Do you even know how to?
Papa taught me how. I'm probably a better driver than you. See you later, Zach. Thanks for the food.
Always has to have the last word, don't you?
You're welcome. I'll send you the recipe for the potatoes tonight.
A grin is back on her face when she leaves and closes the door behind her. For a little while after we're left alone, Ash goes wholly quiet, listening, waiting for her remaining footsteps in the hall to fade. The eerie amusement is gone from his face, replaced by what I can only describe as trepidation. I know that look all too well. When he's like this, he's expecting shit about to go down at some point soon. You've been having so much fun shitting on Rockstar for the last 10 days or 10 years.
That wasn't very nice, Ash. What was that with Isabella earlier? You're usually subtler with your questions.
They hired you.
Hired me who? Don't change the subject yet. What's really going on here?
The Wrights. Luke and Hannah Wright. You said your next gig is with them.
Is that what this is all about?
Just be careful around them. You have no idea what you're dealing with when it comes to that couple. I'd rather you stay as far away from them as possible, but you're already here. Isabella's their real estate agent. Seriously, of all the people in Luxburn.
Okay. I guess I'll just have to take your word for it.
He nods, claps a comforting hand on my back, and turns to leave without another word. He's never been good with those. More often he fumbles with what he wants to say, but his actions alone were enough to tell me how grateful he is for the trust. So he suspects them of being the murderers, perhaps? He reaches for the knob as soon as he gets to the door, but doesn't turn it. Instead, he looks back and gestures with his head towards the table. I don't need to follow his line of sight to know what he's going to ask about. He's likely taking notice at the moment he entered the room.
You back on those? I haven't seen you taking them in a year.
Yeah, I kinda had to. It got worse after the film fest. The dreams, that is. I don't think I'll be doing that again anytime soon.
Heard about that. Don't drop it, though. You don't want Becca scolding you. She actually enjoyed the movie you made, and she's hard to please. Consider that a small victory.
You don't have to tell me. She already did. Rebecca and Bella both gave me an earful after I said the opposite. Promised them I wouldn't, but you can never tell. Hopefully, once I feel better, I'll be able to think about it properly. Speaking of Bella, she didn't open up to me, but maybe with you and Rebecca.
Yeah, I'll try. I can't promise anything, but I'll talk to her.
Thanks. That's all I'm asking.
This time when he reaches for the door, he lets it close fully behind him without glancing back. A mild draft sweeps into the room as I close the door behind him, slightly disturbing the papers on the nearby fridge. A lone note floats by my feet, the letters on the surface glowing at me with mute intensity. Ermengarde Mansion, H. Wright, 11 a.m. After Ashton's warning, they all hold a different meaning now. Yeah, so obviously it's just... Yeah, I'm really, as I said yesterday, Kraja, I'm not really surprised that the remaster didn't turn out great. Many remasters of modern games, many remasters of games from around that era don't work out too well. It's very rare that a remaster actually is good. People should really learn to stop looking forward to them, because they usually end up being just an excuse to cash grab, and they fuck something up with the transition. The rest 2 days rushed by in a blur, although weaving together a collective mess of work, some powering up and new unexpected acquaintances or friends. Depends on how you look at it, really. Either way, I'm stuck developing these files at 3 in the morning to reach a deadline set by an overeager art director. Don't get me wrong, Julius is good, has a vision, and knows what he wants, but damn, he can be too enthusiastic sometimes.
Doesn't matter when you couldn't sleep anyway.
There is nothing new in it, of course. After years of working as a freelance photographer, it's simply something I have grown used to. Get to know people, build a client base, do good work, and cash in some late hours if need be. Rinse and repeat. It only takes a while to get some footing on the field, but it's the kind of thing that pays off in the long run as long as you keep at it. Given enough time, you might end up with big names on your client list. Names like the Wrights in particular. I never did pay much attention to them, but it's virtually impossible not to hear about them when the local news channel or paper has something to say on their name. A party here, an exhibition there, sometimes it's a new business venture, other times it's the everyday gossip that typically follows people like them. Not in a million years did I ever imagine I would end up working for such a high-profile couple. And between that and the fuss that comes with it leaves me no time to ponder over whatever happened to Isabella or why Ash is so adamant we keep away from the pair.
They do seem like the good folk, though, despite the whole fame thing.
Sure, there was a rumor running around years ago about him being involved in some business scandal, but just like every gossip borne out of proportion by the media. Yeah, I'm afraid that's not changed much since 2017 when this game came out. Nothing came of it, and eventually it simply died down. Much is definitely left to be said for the husband, but I doubt a woman like Mrs. Wright would pick him if he doesn't have any good points at all. Mrs. Wright, Hannah herself, though, she ain't particularly bad the way the press makes her out to be. Tabloids had it all wrong, that's for sure. For someone born with a silver spoon in her mouth, well, she ain't exactly what I was expecting. Oh, this is after he did the photo work. I thought we'd get his perspective while he was doing it, but we got it afterwards. Among other things, a newfound friendship is what I least expected from her, but here we are. Yeah, I'm afraid that friendship's probably disappeared now. She became possessed and wore a weird pendant she found in an attic. She's probably not coming back anytime soon. Although with a life as public as the Wrights, no wonder it's the woman who often gets the crappy end of the stick. I can't help but feel sorry for her. She's a real nice person when given the chance. Heck, she might even have ended up friends with Rebecca and Isabella too if they weren't living worlds apart. Holy moly! The thing Rockstar's been doing for the last 10 years has been inventing brand new creative ways of sucking harder. We got anime titties. The beat quickly pulls me back before her thoughts ravel any further. In one practiced motion, I quickly carefully placed the wet print I'm holding on a drying rack and amble over my makeshift darkroom to get the last photos from the... Oh no. Horror game. Darkroom. Photographs. Brace for spooks. Inside the converted broom closet, the film processor whips out another soft clap before going in standby mode. At its mouth, a lone photograph sits on the tray, barely visible with the lack of light. It's the last one tonight for the set Mrs. Wright requested. I don't usually make this a habit. Giving away stuff, that is. It's bad for the business, no matter how well-intentioned or generous you are. This exception, however, she did treat me well and was a pleasant companion all throughout the shoot. Even if she didn't ask, I probably would have given her a few prints just for the hell of it. Mrs. Wright ain't such a bad subject matter to begin with. And maybe this is just me, but for someone who has everything at the palm of her hands, all the money in the world, a loving husband, and a plain big mansion to call home, she's lonely. Well, during the shoot yesterday when we were playing from Hannah's perspective, there was a moment where some ghost girl at the mansion grabbed her from behind and tried to strangle her neck. She doesn't just appear like it, it shows in the tone of her voice, how she moves, and most certainly in her smiles, always hidden behind the glamour for the world to never see. Sometimes for people like her, small things like these helps. A little reminder the world can be kind too. Water drips from the paper as I blindly pick it up and gently lay it on another tray holding a decent amount of photo flow. A few seconds under the solution is all it needs before it's ready for drying. No good rushing this last one, even my body's already screaming for some decent snooze. My hand fumbles for the light switch, moving it towards it with familiarity, while I fish for a squeegee among the mess of tools on a drawer with the other. He uses a MacBook. The bulb flickers twice before it glows cells and casts a soft light in the tiny space. When I glance back down, squeegee in hand, ready to finish the process, and finally call it a night.
What on earth?
Her head is gone. Oh no, she's been cursed by the videotape. Gold it! That is straight up the kind of thing you saw in The Ring, you know, the freaky ghost melts your face or something. Blurred and distorted beyond recognition, rather. The area completely smudged over, leaving no trace of the same sweet smile the good woman carried in all the previous prints.
Damn, that was too careless.
A common mistake to make, of course, if one is negligent enough to pick a newly processed photo in the dark, like I apparently did. It has happened before, lots of times actually, but I still can't help but feel a small pang of frustration over one mistake a newbie would likely make. With a sigh, I reach up for the switch again, intending to develop a new one from scratch.
It could pass off for one of those supernatural pictures they show on TV, though.
He thinks it's a mistake. A memory clicks, one cursory thought in the sea of many, and a short yet distinct second from the day before. A glimpse is all I got, but it's enough to burn the image in my mind. There was a shadow. No, a woman. In her 20s, early 30s maybe? But with how far gone her flesh and bone has become, it's not possible to tell at first glance. The skin itself has already taken a sickly pale colour, rotted in most parts, blood dripping from every open gash and lesion on her body. Bony hands grip Mrs. Wright's neck like a noose, staining the skin underneath with a vibrant shade of scarlet. Nothing but malice fills the gleam in her eyes.
Zachary?
Not for me, but for Mrs. Wright.
Zach, is something the matter?
Oh, no, there's nothing wrong. I just remembered something I saw. Let's get back to the pictures. Can you move a bit more to the left, yeah?
The memory alone is enough to make me retch. So he asked her to move to the left to cover her up. I brushed it off then. A trick of the eye, I told myself, or a product of the heat. The weather has been unexpectedly warm recently, so it shouldn't be too surprising for such things to happen. And, well, blaming this on the usual fatigue, overworked brain, the weather, and amateur hour on my part is far more convenient. We've been trying to reach you regards your car's extended insurance. It makes a whole lot of sense more than a small voice inside my head whispers. The same tiny voice that only makes itself known when something's afoul, the same one that lent a curious ear to Isabella's worries about the mansions. And with each second I spent staring at this photograph, the murmurs in my head only grew louder against my ears. Ash will give me flack for this, he will. I can already hear what he's going to say about this the moment I bring it up. I would show it to Hannah, but we know that Hannah is not of sound mind anymore. Hell, before he even sees anything, I'll wager. The guy is a skeptic through and through, and it'll take more than my account for him to even consider this. But even when you've been there, seen something enough to raise the hairs at the back of your neck and leave you wanting to flee or hide, what he thinks is the least of my concerns. I am no hero. That's a title best reserved for someone else. Still, if this will help him change his mind, it's worth a try. Isabella's gone and done the same thing, didn't she? Outside, the sun has yet to rise. I've still got a few hours before dawn, good enough time to mull over how I'll go about this with him. Plenty of space to check if I'll get the same result if I redo the process again. The film processor hums back to life at my touch, the light switch gives out a soft click, and darkness embraces the small closet again.
Somehow those urban legends don't sound so silly now.
Well, the main deal behind this whole thing is the curse started. The mansion apparently... Oh, you're backing. Okay. Fair enough then. Sometimes I wish Ash would make himself easier to find. 24 messages, 13 phone calls, and one visit to his flat later. I still have no idea which rock in Ruxborn he went off to hide under again. The guy has his own place but refuses to stay in it. Has his own phone but doesn't answer any of his calls or give any indication he's gotten my messages. Most of the time he'll just show up on my front door. Sometimes in the middle of the night, complaining how uncomfortable it is to sleep at the back of his Shirley, his car. As if the old couch in my flat is any better. Nothing new for him though, but a bit frustrating really, because the police precinct of course, then again he's not there most of the time either, and if that's also true for today, he's likely out on another stakeout. There's nothing much to do for me but to wait if that's the case.
Let's just hope I'm lucky enough today.
While Ruxborn is a relatively peaceful city boasting a low crime rate, its precinct stays abuzz with activity. As soon as I open the glass front doors, murmurs coming from the people waiting in the lobby welcome me. Officers can occasionally be seen shuffling in and out of the rooms, greeting civilians with a casual smile and whatnot. Some vocal are worse for wear, like the receptionist who looked at me with much disdain the moment I arrived. Thankfully, I won't have to deal with him today. Before I can even step in, Ashton's voice, full low, comes from the hallway adjacent to the lobby.
Not even for just 1 minute?
No. The case was dismissed, remember?
You were the one handling that case.
If you want access to those records, you've got to ask Chief. I was taken off it before shit went to hell. Why do you even bother? Even Professor Clark seems to have given up on that.
Well, Never mind, you won't understand.
Right. I know you owe Professor Clark a lot, but the right guy isn't just someone you mess with. They've got the money. Who knows what else gets swept under the rug with them involved.
That takes a special kind of ignorant not to know.
And a smart person to know which boundaries he can't cross. You're a bright guy, you'll figure it out. In any case, I've got to get going. Another missing person case on my hand. Benjamin on the front desk looks like he's about to maul someone after the 4th one yesterday. Murders, people missing, what a time to be alive. Man, I miss the old Luxburn.
You and me both. I'll see ya. Gonna go grab some lunch.
He notices me first as soon as he enters the lobby and pauses. Confusion briefly crosses his face until I fish out the phone from my pocket and wave it up. Frowning, he pulls his own mobile out, wordlessly fiddling with it for a few seconds before sighing heavily. There ain't any annoyance in him when he glances up though, only mild exasperation and what might be a hint of amusement.
Stop taking pointers from Isabella. This is gonna get old soon.
At least use your phone properly.
It's an alarm clock, a good note-taking device, a halfway decent camera, and maybe a music player too. If I'm being nice. What else do I need it for?
I don't know, keeping in contact maybe?
When he merely shrugs, I know I've struck a chord. He's far from holding a piece of technology in contempt, of course. Ash has always been nothing but practical from the start, and technology is useful. Only when he gets too focused on one thing like the case he's handling, he tends to forget there are other things around him. A little reminder and a nudge in the right direction can get him a long way.
I've got an email on that social media site the girls roped us into joining.
That doesn't make any sense. Also, you've got an account before any of us had one.
For policing purposes? Anyway, why are you here? I thought you have something scheduled today. Or was that yesterday?
That was yesterday. Look, about that, there's something I want you to see.
He stops me with a tap on my shoulder, walks straight past me straight to the door, and gestures with his head towards the very irked receptionist when I raise an eyebrow
Over lunch.
question.
I haven't eaten anything since last night, and Benjamin there doesn't really like loiterers around here.
Wordlessly I follow after him, but not to send the poor guy behind the tail an apologetic smile. So, to the coffee house we go. As expected, he takes a seat in the furthest corner of the cafe, a good way from the window, but easily allows a view of who comes and go. Secluded enough not to be disturbed by the lunch hour rush or to be overheard by a curious bystander. If he didn't know this is lunch he invited me to, I would automatically assume I got dragged into another stakeout. Man. After years of knowing him, though, this has simply become one of the many habits I've gotten used to. Watching this game and its backgrounds make me miss the old Resident Evil games even more. Yeah, the backgrounds on this visual novel game are quite nice. A lot of nice little animations, lighting details, movement of things. It's quite nice to watch. Food arrives minutes later. A slice of a vegetarian quiche for me. Meanwhile, Ashton has opted for a cup of coffee plus a gracious serving of...
You having cake for lunch?
Oh yeah, this game also likes to show off food for some reason. One of the people on Yang Mobile must really like food. He shrugs and then proceeds to dig in without even a hint of remorse. Food! Thankfully, it's like seeing a child get his Christmas present early.
Don't tell Becca. I'll get an earful. It's just for today.
You should listen to her, though. The kind of work you do, you'll need to eat something other than sweets.
How dare you cake shame my boy?
I don't want to see
Zach.
you drop dead in front of my apartment again.
I told you, just this once. Have you been hanging out with Becca lately? You're beginning to sound like her.
Nah, just for some recipes. But she has the right to worry, you know? It's like she's taking care of 2 kids. One bitches on sweets, while the other on cup noodles. At least Bella knows how to cook.
Hey, I can at least boil something. Wait, that's easy, right? I mean, you just put water in and...
No, don't even think about it. You destroyed your own kitchen once by sticking a pressure cooker on it. I think my sister is a whole lot better than you. And this is coming from someone who has no other choice but to eat her cooking for some time.
To be fair, he genuinely appears offended at the last remark. Hate will be too strong of a word to describe how Sis and him are usually interact whenever they're in the same room. But whatever appropriate word it is, I can say with most certainty that the feeling is mutual for both. Ash thinks she nags too much, while Sis thinks he's a trouble magnet I should stay away from. They're both technically right on their assessment.
How's your sister, by the way? Still bullying white guys?
Still bullying white guys.
You do know she's married to one now.
I hope she doesn't end up poisoning him with her cooking.
Huh, we got positive with Ash for that.
Pot calling the kettle black?
She can't be better than me.
Actually, she is now. They're planning to start a restaurant sometime in the future.
I was bedridden for days after eating some of the stuff she whipped up. And now you're letting her cook for other people?
Don't exaggerate. It was just for one day, and you're the one who refused to leave your apartment. You should come by, though. Sis gave birth a few days ago. Girl, I've only seen the pictures. But I might visit sometime after everything's settled down. Too many backlogs to go through for now.
So yeah, the main spookiness started in this game because of a chain letter that Isabella discovered in the mansion while they were doing it up for the house sale. She found a letter that said, "Help me, help me, help me, help me, and send this to 5 people or else." And then there's all these murders, and the house has a spooky history. So there's quite a bit going on. But the letter seems to be the trigger for some recent events, at least. That and someone moving into the house.
No way in hell. She'll just find something to criticize again.
And this is the 3rd different character. Well, something like that, but there's also ghosts in history, and it seems like we do play as different characters. Like, we started the game as Isabella. Yesterday we played Hannah's perspective as Isabella got visited by the ghost at the office. Today we start as Zachary. It seems at some point we'll also be playing as Marianne, Rebecca, Ashton, and Luke. So
Last time it was Shirley.
we have relationship meters as a branching. I've not looked at the branching tree yet because it says it'll be a spoiler. He makes a show of being utterly mortified, but I'm quite sure he doesn't mean any of that. He might not say it straight out, but I'm pretty sure he's enjoying his small visits whenever he can. Something about it reminds him of his own family. Sort of like making up for the one he never got back after his parents separated. Sore spot, that one topic. One thing he never ever brings up in any conversation if he can help it, and I've never seen the need to be nosy. There are some wounds you're just not meant to open, and for the both of us, the sentiment goes the same way.
As if you ain't already on a shit list. You're just afraid of her.
Gold star. That being said, this game does occasionally spoil with the occasional bit of timelines if I read it. But anyway.
In your dreams. But I'll think about it. Can't just drop this thing at the moment.
Or the last boss. Yeah, I think there's a trading card that gave away a character's name, but I don't know who they are, so. He's changing tone and soul, but his aggravation over the man hangs completely
Still no
powerful in the
closer.
air.
The opposite, actually. There's been some slip-ups here and there. Careless mistakes, and let's just say I'm waiting for him to make another one. What about you? How are things on your end?
All piled up on top of the other. But I can manage. Still recovering from the expenses for the movie, so the surge in new projects helps.
The US cover art for Heavy Rain.
Well, there's this one thing.
The expression on his face grows more puzzled with each photo I spread on the table. Which spoils who's the fucking killer. What is the cover for Heavy Rain? There's about 8 of them, and all of it reprints of the same thing, Mrs. Wright's distorted head on the photos. He takes a minute to go through each, eyeing the prints warily. The fall on his brow doesn't ease even if he gathers all of it into one pile. I've seen the memes. Yeah, the killer is the detective guy, the sort of fat, balding detective dude. I've seen like the memes of it, a couple of QTEs. I think I might have watched someone play it for a bit when it was first released a while back.
Hana, right?
Yeah. How did you...
The locket. She never takes it off. Evan's family heirloom.
I won't even think about asking why or how he knows that. The EU cover art is nice and Origami Bird looks nice, but the US cover shows all 4 characters. If he's investigating them, you'll likely have already dug up every unimaginable dirt on them, including family history.
Are you done with your work with them?
Yesterday, yeah. It's just a small feature for a magazine. Interviews, photos, standard stuff, nothing big.
A nurse got Shelby in the background in the showers holding... Alright, now I gotta see this cover. Let's see. Heavy Rain US box art. Let's have a look. Yeah, there's the US cover, and then there's this. That doesn't necessarily mean he's the killer. It just means he looks like a person owning a gun. I wouldn't necessarily associate that with him being the killer. Somehow. It's an odd picture for sure, but yeah, I see what you mean. Like, if you had any suspicions after you've played the game for a little bit and you remember the cover, it's like, why does it show him with an evil look on his face? Yeah, well. The David Cage games are apparently ridiculously pretentious anyway, so I don't think I'd ever play one of those.
But see, here's the thing. I don't know how else to put this out there without sounding crazy, but there really is something odd with that place. Remember the letter?
He drags in a breath, reaches up his nose and pinches it. Like the action alone will help him grant all the patience in the world to continue this conversation. Yeah, but if you had that pick in mind and start playing the game and seeing being all super quiet and it's like, wait, this is odd.
Please tell me this isn't about that again.
No, Ash, you've got to listen this time.
Maybe they assume that no one will pick up on that.
I am listening, and I can't believe that just came out of your mouth. These are some blurred out photos, and that letter is just a stupid prank. I expected this from Isabella, not you.
You're the photographer here. I don't see any need to get worked up over this.
I know what you mean, but will you hear me out first?
Ash leans back on his seat and doesn't say anything further. He gestures for me to continue with a wave of his hand, impatience clear on his face. Any other person tell me this and they'll walk out without batting an eye. I suppose the only reason he's giving me the benefit of the doubt is because we know each other.
Ash, I don't easily buy into these things as much as you do. Yesterday, though, behind Hana.
He blinks with that, his eyebrows lifting monetarily before sinking into a deep
Hana?
frown.
Since when were you on a first-name basis with the right missus?
Why does that even matter?
I thought you said this was just a gig.
His voice stays level, but the accusation in it is as clear as day. Hits a nerve in me somehow, more than that tone usually does. Of all the things I said, my connection to the right is the first thing he points out. As much as I want to keep my own annoyance at bay, I can't stop it from seeping into my
That's
voice.
completely beside the point here, Ash.
I warned you, Zach.
I get it, all right? But you can't just expect me to turn it down after I made a commitment to a client.
Oh, he didn't like that.
I've got to put food on my table.
I didn't say you shouldn't, but you should not be messing with them.
I wasn't messing with them.
And this isn't?
He waves the photos in front of me before dropping the pile on the table with a loud smack. I don't need to look to know we've already attracted some attention from the lunchtime crowd. Besides, turning away from him feels almost the same as being he's right. There are things more important than his damn case right now. I wish he'd see that.
It was a job, and that ain't how these photos were intended to come out. You think I'd go out of my way just to edit something like this? There's something weird going on here.
Alright then, Carter. Well, thanks for popping on by, and I will see you...
And you think Luke Wright will see it that way? You think the Wright missus will find it amusing?
I did not do this for my amusement, Ash. People's lives might be at stake here.
If you understood that in the first place, we wouldn't be having this stupid talk. Luke fucking Wright is a dangerous man, Zach. Keep hanging around them and you'll find yourself burnt to a crisp in your apartment or floating down a river 3 days later. This case is...
Will you stop talking about the damn case for once and just listen to me? Why do you think Isabella's...
Don't you dare bring her into this. We're talking about you and this stupid...
Oh, of course you don't want to talk about it. Because you're fucking afraid there's some damn truth to what she's saying now that there's two of us.
Every expression drains from his face as soon as the words are out of my mouth. They've hit their mark. Each utterance scathes, shaped with nothing but anger and the truth. Yet there are also things I won't typically say out loud in good company, and rather ease people into it before letting it fall. Almost immediately a wave of regret washes over me.
Dude, that ain't what I meant to.
You said enough, Zach.
Without another word, he stands, his chair scraping loudly against the floor, all while my brain races to find something to fix this. All this ain't a fragile friendship by any means. I'd like to think we've gone past the stage where we find everything the other says insulting. But there are times when words and phrases alone can cut deeper than any blade. Mine might even leave a scar. He doesn't wet me, however. Instead, he sets a card in front of me. The name is familiar, but amidst the cloud of remorse swirling inside my head, I can't bring myself to recall where I've seen it.
You shouldn't be running blind. Call this guy. He'll be less inclined to shout at you. Might even talk some sense into you.
I don't see his face when he leaves, and it's only when the store's bell changing do I breathe. Wow. He really doesn't want to upset the supernatural. Disturbed, Zachary decided to show the photographs to Ashton. During lunch, they briefly discussed this topic with her, refusing to believe his friend Ashton turned to Andrew instead. Wow. That was intense, I guess. Of all the places, it never crossed my mind I'll end up wandering into the public library today, considering I rarely ever visited. Somehow, there has always been this kind of disconnect between me and books in general. Sure, some of them held my attention in my youth during the brief times of the day I was left to my own with nothing to do. I went through the whole of Grant's collection, as a matter of fact. Read all of them twice or thrice even. But they never did hold it for long, most of it never even sticked. Especially after I learned it's simply easier to do things myself if I want to learn stuff. This ain't in the plan in the first place, but after that argument, I really don't have any other choice. Nothing but quiet greets me inside, though. Not the typical mom one would associate with a library, but one akin to a hush prior to an impending trouble. Or perhaps I'm just overthinking again. I really like to think I'm just thinking too much about this, that this is just a lack of sleep talking. Regardless, apart from a group of students murmuring in a corner somewhere, the place is free of its usual visitors. All while my footsteps echo in a manner unsettling enough to raise the hairs at the back of my neck. Much to my relief, it does not take me long to find him, being the only occupant in this side of the room. Professor Andrew Clark. I've never personally met the man, but actually spoken highly of him several times. In fact, he's Ash's go-to guy when something's troubling him with a case. My steps are unsure as I approach. At any rate, he greets me with a warm smile like a grandson he hasn't seen in a long time.
Ashton's friend, I take it. Zachary. You'll have to forgive this old man if I don't get your name right.
Oh, no, you got it. It's Zach. Zachary Steele, Professor Clark.
He gestures at the empty seat beside the table while he returns to his books. The next couple of minutes pass in relative silence as he continues to read and take notes from the powers accumulated on the table. Maybe I should have taken a book first before heading here. Before I can even get that far into the idea, the professor clicks that book shut and sets it atop the stack next to him.
Ashton told me you were hoping to get answers from me.
At my confused look, he lets out a small chuckle.
He sent a message ahead. A friend needs to have some sense knocked into him. In verbatim. That boy never changes.
I wasn't really expecting he'd do that.
Although I'm not quite sure what I could share, I'll do my best to help.
Of course, there are a lot of things I want to ask. How do we get out of this mess is the first among tens, hundreds of concerns in my head. When in the presence of someone I barely know, the thoughts won't easily form. He is nothing but patient, however, and with enough time to mull over, a question finally forms.
Do you believe in the paranormal, Professor?
It's supernatural, actually. Don't worry. It's a common mistake to make, but they really are two different things. The other one deals with what we can't explain at the moment, while the other are things we may not have an explanation to. Here.
He placed a couple of papers in front of me, the very same one he was writing on earlier. A study of Luxborn's supernatural culture, in a nutshell.
A friend of mine wrote that a few years ago. He took interest in the city after reading about the stories. I have to agree with him here. Even stories dealing with things you don't see with the naked eye can be rife with culture, and this city thrives on it. Just ask the locals.
Like ghosts, for example.
Among other things. The interpretation has changed over the years, though. Various religions, for example, have their own version. It might not always be a spirit now. It could be a memory, or an imprint, an echo, so to speak. Some are born from curses, even. Out of great anger, hatred, or pain. There was this one story. Here it is.
Another book is pulled out from the stack and placed open atop the papers while he speaks with such passion it makes me wonder if some part of him believes these to be true. It is interesting though, even though I'm personally not a fan of such stories. And soon hours passed by without my notice.
In the end, it asked for something to be sacrificed in order to destroy whatever anchors the Wraith. A sad tale, that one, but the simplest grudge can bring the ugliest, even in the kindest person, with some people none the wiser. Oh, I'm sorry, I just went on.
Nah, it's good. Are you familiar with the Ermengarde Mansion, though?
Of course, that goes without saying. Who hasn't heard of the local legend? In fact, you aren't the first one to ask me about that recently. Although, word of the mouth is, someone has already bought it.
Ah, yeah. The right couple. It was a close friend who handled that sale.
So I heard. Well, don't think the house being bought by anyone would stop us from talking about it. What is it about the mansion, then?
I just want to ask what you think of it, sir.
We're going to need more than an afternoon for that, young man. You see, it's the kind that has changed over the years, passed down from one person to the next. Sometimes, it's the Lord William who haunts the place. There are versions where it's the lady of the house. But my favorite, a personal favorite, would have to be the ones that followed after the disappearance of the kind daughter.
Well, what about these then?
There is a moment of hesitation on my part before I pull out Mrs. Wright's photos and lay them all in front of him. Oh my gosh though, Professor inspects each print with great interest. That gives you some hope at least.
When were these taken?
Just the other day. Do you think those are the same?
Perhaps. Perhaps not. There were certainly instances when the film would pick up what the human eyes weren't able to see. But then, it could also have been human error.
I didn't edit it in any way. You have my word on that, Professor. They all just came out like that.
Then, if it is what you're thinking, I'd strongly advise against doing something reckless and further tangling with them. Accounts about them may be riveting to you, but most of it often ends in an unpleasant manner.
What about those people in the house? If there is something in there, shouldn't they know? I'm sure they're already familiar with the legends, but...
Some people might deserve it, however.
Deserve what, sir?
All of a sudden, the tenderness in the professor's eyes disappears, his face becoming unreadable. As though catching himself, he hastily clears his throat, gathers his books, and rises from his seat.
Professor?
I'm sorry. I just remembered something I neglected to do. You'll have to excuse me, Zachary.
Oh, he has some bitterness over the rights, it seems.
All right. Do you need any help with that?
Don't let my looks fool you, son. I can still carry a few hundreds. I've been doing this for years. I'll see you some other time if you have any other questions.
Of course. It was nice knowing you, Professor.
He doesn't hear it, however. In a few short strides, he's out of the library, leaving me in every piece of this whole mess amidst the oppressive stillness. Despite the answers gleaned, more questions surfaced. If there is even a single way out of this, I will hope we find it soon. Well, looks like we spooked him out a bit. The professor only warned him not to be reckless and that some people deserve what's coming for them. The moon is well into the night sky by the time I make it back home. My heavy treads and the sound of traffic outside echoing in my ears, filling the empty room with some semblance of life. Nana would scold me if she ever hears me walk like that, but after today I really can't give a damn about everything. The mattress creaks under my weight as I unceremoniously flop down on it, and I find myself looking at the paper under my grip. An invitation and a request to cover an event, the Wright's housewarming party, tomorrow evening. If only it were that easy, but I'll give me a chance to talk to her. About that thing in the house. With a sigh, I let my hand fall to the side of the bed along with the invitation. I'll think about it tomorrow when my head ain't muddled with thoughts of a headless woman and the haunting smiles of a ghost. But weirdly, it occurs to me that the last meal I ate had been the one with Ashton. An empty gnawing ache makes itself known, but I can't bring myself to stand up. Today was a complete waste of time. And frankly, a disappointment. I don't like this. The lack of certainty, the disquiet, the lack of stable ground to stand on. The part where I do not know what will come tomorrow. Ever since that damn weather, everything has been thrown out of the loop. I wish everything stayed the same. Routine would have been easier to make sense of than this. Closing my eyes, I let the noise from the streets below lull me to sleep. At the very least, that's the one thing that hasn't changed. The melody carries into the hall long before I cross the threshold. Solemn but gentle and soothing, a reminder of what home is. Pa's firm but meaningful gaze, Ma's wistful smiles, the warm rays filtering through the eaves at sunset, the distinct smell of wet earth and leaves after a long day's rain, and our room. The room. Ma and Pa's pride and joy. A place we were once promised several springs ago. Yet it won't stop.
No, wait! Come back! I'll be good this time! Please don't leave! Please stay!
The floorboards are caught under my feet more than it usually is towards more forbidding than I'm used to. Further and further the room goes. Ma singing ceases and Pa... I can't hear Pa. None above the raucous clanging and the deafening roar of gunshots, nor the screams replacing the comforting soft melodies. There is only the blinding fear. But when the light breaks... Her skin has already taken on a sickly pale colour, rotten in most parts, blood dripping from every open gash and region in her body. Bony hands grip Hannah's neck like a noose, staining the skin underneath with vibrant shade of scarlet. Nothing but malice fills the gleam in her eyes. A scream ripples through the air. My whole body feels distant. Every limb heavy with lead, unable to move at will. Not even so I can wipe the beads of sweat falling at my temple. The rasping of my breath easily fills the room in the wee hours, and I force it back into a steady rhythm. There is a tightness in my chest I can't shake off, my heart pounding against it as if it's about to burst out. Something cold has settled in my legs. Not the usual chill that comes and goes with the passing breeze from the window, but one strong enough to sting, shackle, and leave a frigid sensation creeping up my skin. With every struggle I make, the pressure winds firmly around my legs. Tighter, and tighter, and tighter. All until it becomes too much. My heart stops. Another draft sweeps into the room and brings with it the iron tang of blood. Thick. Suffocating. Filling my nose with a foul, sickening smell as I shift my gaze downwards as it slowly comes into view. Mouth stretched into a hideous smile and eyes filled with nothing but madness. The stench of gore taints the air around me, and I can't look away. From it, her, from the terror and death of her uncanny twisted features alone scream. I tried to open my mouth, to shout, to ask for any help, but my voice has left my body altogether. All I have is the painful realization that no kind of plea will ever save me from her. Then suddenly the bed dips. And the ghost was, trying to reach us. Oh, I'm so spooked. The brutal plunge back into myself jerks me awake. There is no ear-splitting scream, no wild thrashing of limbs, just a painful, constricting awareness that something has wound itself tightly around my neck. I waste no second pulling a blanket away, but allow myself a few minutes to steady my breathing before getting off the bed. Inhale, hold, exhale. 1 step, 2 steps, 3. But the dreams have gotten worse. Ever since 2 days ago, no longer are they the small cursory flashes that I'm used to, but vivid ones that linger. I can still feel the blood in my hands, the putrid smell of rotting flesh, the sickening crunch of bones breaking with every movement, and her cold, chilling eyes as they bore into me. I draw in one long, ragged breath, and before I know it, I'm walking out the door. Even in the waking world, it reeks. A bench on the park is far from the most private place for thoughts in Ruxborn, considering its location at the heart of a bustling city. But in the early hours of the morning, it provides enough peace and quiet for any poor, problematic soul who happens to wander here. The city is just waking up, a little later than usual, but knowing what day it is, one can't fault it for being a little tired just this once, being a Saturday. Yet neither the pleasant morning chill nor the soft twittering of birds does anything to banish the images. Every single one has rooted itself in my head, its claws digging deep in what is no longer a safe place to hide in. It used to be...
London Bridge is falling down, falling down, falling down.
Kid,
London
shut up.
Bridge is
It used to be easy,
down,
finding some
my
pretense of peace
fair
under the
lady.
gaze of sheer
Take
optimism.
a key and lock him up, lock him up, lock him
Kid,
up. Take a key
shut
and
up.
lock him up,
Trying to read.
my fair lady.
Following regular routine.
London Bridge
Now-
is falling down.
Now I don't know what to make of it.
falling down,
Sometimes it's easier to
falling
run,
down. London
easier to hide, and
Bridge is
everything's falling
down,
apart. That
my
way, you don't have to be the
fair
first to witness it when it does.
Take a key and lock him up.
It
lock
worked when
him
things
up,
went bad with the
lock
movie,
him
after
up.
all.
Take a key
It also
and
worked when
lock
Mom
him
and Pa
up,
were taken from
my
us.
fair
Maybe it really is better if I
lady.
just...
Hey, mister.
Oh, God. Hi, blue-haired little girl. The tiny voice gives me a pause. When I look up, a little girl, maybe about 6 or 7, is peering at me. 2 wide eyes overflowing with what can only be the natural curiosity one typically sees in children. I vaguely note the St. Goretti uniform she's wearing before returning her greeting.
Hey, kid.
Kylie.
Kylie?
That's my name.
That's my name, mister.
Mama said it's rude not to call people by their names.
She then flops down the empty space beside me. Her little leg, still too short to reach the ground, swings in tune with a song she hums under her breath. I don't mind kids, none old enough to invite the ones in our own neighborhood to give them treats. Of course, by then, Sis and I were both too old to play with them, but you get used to the commotion eventually. It's not completely as unpleasant as most people would imply. Callie seems to be a well-behaved kid anyway.
Oh, sorry. Nice to meet you, Kylie. Is Mama here?
No, but my big brother's with me. He's taking pictures with his camera over there.
She points to the far end of the park, the one closest to the street, where a kid is taking shots of something above him. It doesn't look to be birds because all there is on that side of the park are buildings.
I don't see what's so interesting with the tip of a building, though. I'd take pictures of dogs if I were him. They're cuter. Do you have a camera too, mister?
Yeah, I'm actually a photographer.
Mama said I'm too young to get a camera.
I'm sure your mama will eventually give you one. But won't you be late for school like this?
Big brother will get us there on time. Rowan promised Papa. We aren't going to be late. It's sports day. So it's not good if you keep looking like that today. If it ends up raining and we lose, it's your fault.
All right, I'll try not to upset the clouds today, kid.
Is it because you're sick, mister?
Before I know it, a smile has spread over my face. They say kids ask the toughest questions sometimes, and they sure do with how sincere Callie looks. Lying feels like doing her a huge disservice.
No, not sick. Just having a very, very bad day.
Why is that?
I'm being
Is
haunted
that
by
like
a...
when my big brother ate all of my pudding? He did that once and then cried. It wasn't very nice.
I'm being haunted by a ghost girl who last night had a dream where she crept into my bed.
Yeah, I think so. You see, there's this mean girl. She's given my friends and I a lot of trouble. I even got in a fight with my best friend because of her. Hard to keep up when things are like that, you know? Especially when you can't do anything. It's kind of scary. Makes you wish things will just stay as peaceful as they used to be.
Maybe she just wants to be friends with you?
I highly doubt that. She already hurt one of my friends.
What if she's just sad? Or maybe she just wants help. That's what happened with Melody. I let her borrow my crayon when she left hers. Now we're playmates.
It's not really the same thing, Kylie. What she did, they're pretty bad things.
I still think there's another reason. Did you try talking to her? That's what Mama said I should do.
I don't think that'll work either.
But that's probably going to end up being the solution, isn't it? We're going to talk to the ghost.
You haven't even tried yet. You sound like Rowan. You're just scared, mister.
That strikes a chord. Maybe it's the honesty in the tone or simply the truth in the words itself. I don't know why, but I can't help it. I laugh. Loud enough to disturb an elderly couple taking a leisure walk nearby.
Why are you laughing?
That's nothing. You're a really smart kid, you know that?
That's what I have been doing, ain't it? Go full speed ahead then backtrack when the going gets tough. Stay in my safe zone because that's what I know. Once Dr. Navarro said I should be the first one willing to deal with any problems before anyone else. I didn't show up on our next appointment after that. But he's right. And though I hate to admit it knowing what I've seen, but the kid makes a good point too. I've been so caught up thinking that there might not be a way out. Maybe there is or maybe there isn't. But it doesn't mean I should just leave it up to fate. Aren't spirits supposed to be humans before too? Had people they cared about with a life of their own smiled and laughed like the rest of us does? Did they really lose all of it after death? Yes, they kind of mostly do. At least the haunted ones. They maintain a very small part of their humanity, but for the most part they are stuck with a curse and can only be freed of that curse if certain conditions are met. And then some don't give a shit and just kill you anyway. Because that's all they do. Get very angry all the time.
You better get to school, though, or you'll miss sports day. You should have won yourself some awards, alright?
All right. Can I I show it to you when I do? That can cheer people up, right?
In the distance, her brother calls for her and I take that as a sign to leave. Got things to do to face the first few steps, they say.
Nah, I'm good now, I think. Thanks to you. Besides, Mister needs to go. But you should show it to Mama and Papa. I'm sure they'll be proud of you, Kylie.
I will. Thanks, mister. Bye.
And you can learn about stranger danger. I give her a little pat on the head before heading my way. A small gesture of thanks from a stranger she doesn't know might have helped. She may not understand it now, even though at such a young age she already has this understanding of things, but may when she's older, when the world no longer seems too big for her.
But aren't you going to help me, mister?
With what?
Confused, I glance back. Whatever cheer or little talk brought has vanished under the shower, suddenly dancing in my eyes. This frigid air is most definitely not how a morning chill should feel like. Bitter, stinging, unwelcoming. And the kid...
What do you think, mister? Are you going to help me?
What do you want from us?
The response never comes, however, because when I blinked... Gone.
Hello? Mister? Are you okay?
For several passing seconds, I let my stare linger on her face, waiting for any sign of another change, but all that remains in there is the carefree smile of a child. None of the spite, none of the cold, bloody smile.
Nothing. I really need to go, Kylie. It was nice meeting you.
See you again, mister!
I break into a run. I don't look back, not even as I bump into a couple of passers-by as soon as I'm out on the busy streets. Going insane, is this what it is? And if we don't do something soon, we all will be. Wow. Oh wow, that was 2 days later. Huh. Oh, this is on the 29th. So I guess he's... Yeah, this is the day after the opening thing, but he did that thing in the park. So I guess he didn't actually talk to Hannah then at the party. Carrie Suarez, a precocious young girl studying at St. Gray. The tremors follow me even as I get home. I had hoped for a little stroll around the block with you guys would help. Instead I am assaulted with more images of her smile, the wolfing in her eyes, the stench of gore, the horrid crunch that comes with every moment she makes. Even though memories have been sullied by her, and Ma's song no longer sounds as sweet as it meant to be, in the end all I got was a sinking feeling I will never be rid of her image and another ridiculous idea that may or may not even work. The sun is already hanging low on the horizon when I make it back. And for the first time, coming home feels more like a chore. Only, I didn't arrive to an empty room. Because as soon as I open the door, I am greeted by none other than...
Sup, Z-Man?
I told you we should have called him before going here.
It's fine.
It is Ashton I see first, sitting comfortably on my couch, mulling into a bag of chips with both feet propped atop the coffee table. Whatever proverbial stone has made a home at the pit of my stomach automatically flies right out the window beside of him. But before an expiration can say, my attention is taken by the other occupant in the room. Isabella perches on the only other chair in the room. Attempting to make herself smaller, it seems, from how closely she's hugging her arms against her. Nevertheless, she gives me a small smile when she notices my stare. Yet somehow there isn't any warmth in it like it's supposed to have.
Hey, Zach. Sorry we just barged in here. Ash was...
Relax. Z-Man gave me a copy of the key himself.
Only after you broke the 13th one? I can't keep replacing them every time you think it'd be a good idea to break into my apartment.
Why does my throat hurt so much? Am I doing too much talking or something? Oh, my throat is hurting me at the moment for some weird reason. Sorry, everyone. Or Drauken, who's probably the only one watching this. Ugh. So I've got a sore thing here for some reason. I don't know why. Ugh, it feels very weird.
And stop calling me Z-Man!
I didn't break anything this time.
Ash, just because I gave you a key doesn't mean you can just stroll in here whenever you want to. And, hey, is that my...
Ash smirks at me because of course he has to go to smirk knowing what he did. Maybe take some vitamin C. Like some orange juice or something? Actually, I might see if I have an orange. I'll be right back. Ugh. Yeah, I don't actually have any oranges, but I have a banana. Maybe that'll help. Somehow. Anyway, how you doing, Flynn? I think it might be because I'm working my vocal cords a bit. I don't know. He pops in what's very likely the last piece of chip into his mouth and throws the wrapper neatly on the table before throwing it on the nearby trash. From her chair, Isabella shoots me an apologetic smile as soon as the foil hits the waste bin with a dull thunk. Common sense dictates that I should be angry, but after everything, despite things we've yet to strain out before it buzz up in our faces, having something normal play out in front of me, no matter how childish their antics can get, I can't bring myself to muster even a tidbit of it. Behind me, the television starts playing the music for the end credits of the movie. They have likely been waiting for a while if Ash has gotten impatient enough to rummage through my cupboards and watch something.
Of course he eats all of it. You know, I was saving that for the weekend. Did you at least share some with Bella?
Don't worry about it. I'm good, Zach.
Really? It's free food, you know? What was that you usually say? You don't say no to free food? What happened?
No, I'm just not hungry.
Ash only shrugs at the question in my eyes. I can't be the only one who finds this vibe she's giving off to be odd, and the guy has no doubt already caught wind of it.
Aye. But if you want something, just say so. I've got a fully restocked pantry right here at your disposal. Still not a 5-star level thing, but for an empty stomach, it'd do. Just say the word.
Thanks, Zach. Maybe next time. Food is not really what we came here for. Ash, he's the one who...
She casts a brief glance at Ash and in an instant he sits up. Every trace of amusement is gone from his face as he clasps his hand in front of him and leans forward. A minuscule gesture meant to ease, yet the grim expression on him tells a different story altogether.
All right, you two, what's this about? I don't like those looks. If this has something to do with the other day, I really am sorry about that. It was rude, and I didn't mean for it to come out that way.
A short but tense pause follows. They're both stalling. I want to know what's going to say to wait. With these two, the more you force it, the more they'll clamp down on it. But as a handful of seconds continue to slip by, the unsettling feeling in me also grows with it. Soon it turns into impatience. Before I can demand a response, one of them finally speaks up. It is Ash who first breaks it.
No, don't apologize. I should have listened.
How is everything with you lately, Zach?
Hold on, Ash. Both of you. Did I just hear you say that? Is this why Isabella's here? Has something happened?
Oh my god, I want to become famous so bad. I want to become famous. Oh crap, I pressed the wrong button. Sorry, I meant to press the accept your offer button. I banned them instead. Oh, I'm so clumsy. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Twitch. I accidentally banned that scammer.
Calm
Next
down.
time
We're
I will
just here to
click
check
the
on
link.
things.
Dear me. Good thing I disabled the link for that a long time ago with my search terms.
So, did you meet Andrew about the photos?
What photographs?
Said photographs have been sitting untouched since the day I dumped them in my drawer. Isabel goes very still when I hand her the small stack. To her credit, she does not flinch like I'm expecting her to, and flips through each of it in silence. But while her eyes remain strangely calm, her hands have gone rigid and her mouth is set into a thin line. She, out of all people, understands what this means. In hindsight, she should have been the one I approached before Ash.
What did Andrew say about them?
Well, I would have done that, but I was given two options. And one of them wasn't you, it was Hannah or Ash.
It could be one, but there's no guarantee it's a supernatural thing. It doesn't always happen. So, that's a dead end right there. Now that I think about it, bothering that guy for this feels pretty silly now. But with the dreams lately...
That's all? Did he say anything about the damn letter at all? Did you ask him even?
I paused, glancing at him skeptically. I don't know where this sudden curiosity is coming from. But if Ashton, calm, cool, collected, always logical action takes interest in us, someone, something, or someone must have fucked shit up somewhere. Or the world is ending. Seconds pass. The apocalypse I'm expecting to go along with doesn't arrive, however.
Yeah, that's really everything. The letter kind of slipped my mind. The photos were more important at that time. There was some stuff about the local horror stories, though. Talked about the curses, and he was really fascinated with the story about a wraith asking for a sacrifice to move on. Kinda nasty, if you ask me. but it does make sense if you simply go along with it.
And that banana has helped. Thanks, friend.
I'm not sure how this will help in the grand scheme of things. Why are you asking about this anyway?
Rose's death isn't just a coincidence, Zach. It may have something to do with... I may have...
Wait. Stop right there for a sec, Bella. I thought you ain't buying this stuff, Ash. Just the other day, you said the exact same thing.
I still don't, but even Rebecca, out of all people, claims there's something. Whatever this is, someone has got to look into it. Everything about this screams shady.
Oh, so now Rebecca gets a little spooked, some of your ears.
Are you sure you even have the time? Ain't you busy with your current case?
I got taken off that one.
You didn't say you were taken off your case.
I just got the news this morning. Apparently the higher-ups think I'm doing a horrendous job at it. It doesn't matter though. If these two cases are connected like I initially thought, then regardless, I'm on the right track.
Are you sure we should even be doing this?
Doing what exactly?
There's someplace we'll visit after this.
Too vague for comfort, Ash. And please don't tell me you're bringing her with you.
His affirmation comes in the form of a stare, but that alone says all I need to know. What I point out gives him a pause, though, and his voice is thick with hesitation when he addresses Isabella.
You know what? Zach's right, Isabella. You don't have to come with me.
It's not myself I'm worried about. It's you. I'll just do this myself, if it'll get you into more trouble with your superiors. At least I can make up an excuse why I need to be there.
Don't be ridiculous. You're not walking in there without me. Besides, I think it's a little too late to back out now. Have you two seen the news this morning?
I haven't, actually. Mama called, and I was busy.
The change in the air around her, while small, could not have gone unnoticed, and it takes every willpower not to ask. Probably the only thing reining in my curiosity is the fact that Ash himself hasn't budged up either.
No problem. It should be in the afternoon news as well.
He grabs the remote and cycles through numerous channels until he gets to a news report about another guy who has been found dead in the early hours of the morning today. Man burned after room catches fire. Oddly, no fire has spread and whatever damage has been contained within the place the body was found. The room itself, however, has been completely vandalized. Help me, help me, help me. Another murder, the authorities claimed. Isabella and I knew better. None of us shifts even after reporting it, but the room has suddenly felt stifling. Ash and eyes have gone hooded with what appears to be restrained anger, and the remote in his hands creak mildly under his grip. The stone is back in my stomach, a tiny little thing gripping at my insides, growing with every passing second as the dread sinks in. In the thick of it, Isabella's voice is the one that breaks the hush. A small weak thing on its own that wavers unreasonably between words, but every syllable held with meaning.
This is because of that thing, isn't it? I did this somehow.
When it fades, all that's left in the air is a doubt and fear, while all we can do is cope. Is there something I can say to make her feel better?
It ain't too late. We could still fix this. There's 3 of us here.
Okay, that was a good move.
4 if you count Rebecca.
No, she's staying away from this.
She lifts her gaze at me, eyes steady and shoulders squared as she holds it against the baffled look I give her. Although in the next second it immediately softens and it takes me by surprise nevertheless. In those brief moments it's like I face a different person.
I don't want to involve her in this any more than I already have. Both of you as well.
I already said it. That's completely out of the question. Stop asking.
Still in all, that's 2 extra heads who can do the thinking. Between us 3, I'm sure we'll figure something out pretty soon.
We're gonna go explore a haunted mansion we don't even own. What about all the security?
Don't make this whole thing sound like it's a piece of cake to deal with.
It ain't. But better than sitting around, yeah? Plan is still a plan.
You're going to shoot yourself in the foot one day with that kind of thinking. We don't even know who's doing this. The last 2 murders might just be similar incidents done by 2 different suspects.
Hasn't stopped you from going after them before. Remember that time when you...
Okay, stop right there. There will be no retelling of that incident today, Z-Man. Or ever.
Keep calling me Z-Man and maybe I will.
Suddenly Isabella laughs. Though muffled by her hands, it rings light and easy against the thick tension in the room. Still a far cry from her usual cheers she carries, but brings a welcome shift in the unwise, dreary mood.
Thanks, you two.
I'll tell you about it when he's not around.
Give it up, Z-Man. She's not interested.
Who says I'm not?
Ash makes a face but chuckles at the jest despite himself.
Why am I even friends with you two?
And like this, most of our words ebb away, if only for a few moments. They take their leave mere moments close to sundown. But regardless of the lighter mood, little has been said of their plans, only vague hints of what they're aiming to do after. While it ain't any of my business to know, something about this whole thing still gnaws at me. A tiny passing thought urges me to do something as well. At this hour, the streets are once again busy with people heading home after a hard day's work. Little of the bustle matters to them as they step out the crowded walkway, however. Ash especially. There's only his goal in his mind, and I'd wager there's nothing I can do to stop him at this point. He's probably decided on it long before they made the decision to drop by. But despite this, Isabella lags behind. A worried crease is back on her forehead as she watches Ash leave to get his car.
Something wrong, Bella?
No, Actually, can you check on Becca for me after this? I really didn't get the chance to tell her where I'm headed off to. Tell her I'm okay, and we're... No, just that. That's all.
You sure I should skip on that part? If she finds out about this, she'll be angry. I don't really want to deal with angry Rebecca. It gives me a stomachache just thinking about it.
Neither do I, but I'll handle it if she gets mad. Just make sure she's safe and tell her to be careful. You too. Take care of yourself.
Almost abruptly she pauses, the gaze in her eyes hardening as she lapses into another one of those long-distance silences from earlier. This ain't just because of the whole fiasco of the letter anymore.
I don't want what happened to Rose to happen to you guys as well.
This one cut deeper. Before I can ask about it, Ashton returns, casually swinging his car keys and on one hand and gestures at Isabella.
Come on, we don't have much time. Shirley's waiting.
Who's sure? Oh, right. Don't answer that. I don't want to hear it, you huge dork.
Says the person who gave her stuffed toys names. Batcat? Really?
It's cute. Yours is just weird. I'll see you later, Zach.
She spares me another smile and I watch her, as I watch her walk off, only now did it occur to me that none of those she gave today ever did reach her eyes. I make a grab for the back of Ash's parka. He staggers briefly before correcting himself and shooting me a confused stare.
Is she alright?
Hey, Goofy, how you doing?
What?
Welcome to the letter.
Who's okay?
Isabella. She's been, I don't know, out of it today? Did something happen earlier?
The scowl on his face says
She's
it all.
actually been like that this morning. I'll ask, but...
Just do me a favor and watch over her. We have no idea what we're dealing with. I don't know what happened to her since the last time I saw her, but from how she's been doing today, whatever it is, it seems like a pretty big deal. Wait, you didn't annoy her again, did you? Because I swear to God, if you did, you've got another thing coming for you.
What? No. Why would I? Just so you know, I already apologized for the one at the movie house. Granted, she deserved more of an apology, but I meant it that time.
I'm just asking. I'll take your word for it. But if you can find out what's bothering her, that'd be nice. Honestly, I don't think it's the letter this time.
I'll see what I can do.
Make sure you keep yourself out of harm's way, all right?
Yeah, you too. Don't do anything reckless again.
Reckless, no. But I can't make you the promise I won't do anything. After seeing that, there's no way in hell I'm going to pretend there ain't a problem when there is. This is a really big one, and I'll be damned if I let anything happen to you guys while I sit here. I'm done running when things get tough.
He's about to argue for a moment, but...
Look, bro, if things ain't good, I'll be the first one out. But allow me this one thing, aight? Just this one time. If it doesn't work out, you'll be the first one to know. You can laugh then, or berate me all you want. But please don't ask me to step aside like I'm incapable of doing anything to help.
I've no idea if it is the look on my face or the tone of my voice. Ultimately, though his mouth presses into a thin line, he knows.
Alright, stay safe, Zach.
When he stumbles into the sidewalk and allows the afternoon crowd to swallow him whole, I'd like to think the tiny gleam in his eyes is the closest we can get to optimism in this situation. Whether that alone will be enough to give me a peaceful sleep tonight remains to be said. So we're now in Sunday. And this would actually be the furthest we've gotten so far chronological-wise. 29th has been all about this. And chronologically, this seems to be after when Hannah got her bracelets. But now we're on the 30th, so... Night falls, and despite my best attempts, sleep continues to elude me. I will be playing some poker shortly. Since we're getting to about the 2-hour mark, I need to get a game of poker in before I go to bed. So I will be switching to poker in a little bit. With her image still stuck in my head, flashing every few moments, it catches me off guard, with Marth's lullaby still echoing in my ears, no longer the soft tune it once was, and the terrible gnawing at the pit of my stomach. It's no wonder I can't bring myself to drift off even for a little while. It is not as if there's a complete lack of things to do while waiting for sleep to come, if it ever will. And at 2:45 in the morning, I find myself quitting my photography equipment for no other reason than just to pass time. Though, if I am going to be honest, it is not the night terrors that are keeping me wide awake tonight, but the anxiety and the hope I'll hear from Ash or Isabella soon. And for what's perhaps the 42nd time, my eyes shift over to the end of the table where my phone lies still. I've not heard from them since they left. They haven't promised a call, of course, but a small part of me wishes they could have had the common sense at the very least. Waiting is a tough game, and with the concern stretching out, the minutes far longer than usual, it is impossible for more unpleasant thoughts not to enter my mind. Moreover, it does not help that when the clock finally strikes 3, my hand stills. Oh god, it'll be a complete and utter lie to say my heart didn't leap straight to the throat in that brief second. Soul Patch! My whole body has gone motionless, eyes straining for any further sounds. A couple of tense seconds pass. Nothing. Of course, with how old the building I'm staying in, the power fluctuations aren't anything new. Every now and then this would happen, leaving a few tenants in a rather bad mood. Nothing unusual anymore after a few years living here. But this time, the sudden hush brings with it the stillness that raised a hair on the back of my neck and sent my heart beating hard against my chest. Something reeks in the air, and in an instant this place is no longer home. It's a prison. Every rational fibre in my being screams at me to leave. I force myself to swallow and keep a clear head as I weigh down all my cleaning tools and began gathering together the rest of my things scattered about on the table. The camera's body, lenses, filters, diffuser, phone, anything my hand could reach, but in resulting panic like in the nightmares, it is the scent that reaches me first. A foul, putrid smell filling my lungs with the heavy stink of death. My fingers clamped tightly to the camera, holding it closer to my body as if the tiny thing would provide enough protection to whatever is with me in the room. It won't. But it's the only comfort I have. And knowing that whoever she is, she had once been human. Perhaps not all of it is gone. Perhaps some of it is still there.
I know you're in here. What do you want?
Something moves behind me, a soft scuttling over the walls followed by the squelch and painful creaking of what can only be rotten flesh and broken bones. Without hesitation, I whirl around, my fingers at camera ready, patiently waiting for her ex-girlfriend's coming.
I can help you. Whatever it is that keeps you here, I can help.
Hold on a second. I'll be right back. Alright, where were we? Not saying anyone was bad, as my decision trying to be close to ZX levels to horror, not making a decision for the right reasons. Anyway, meanwhile in spookiness...
That's what the letter's for, ain't it?
He sounds like a picture of the ghost, isn't he?
You don't have to keep taking people's lives!
And then she's like... and then there's a silence, it's like... Hey, you know, you're right, man. I don't have to keep taking people's lives. I quit. And she walks away, and that's the end of the game. I don't think that's gonna work, dude. To start talking to a ghost like that? Nah, you gotta take a picture of her, so I can fatal frame. There's a brief moment of silence after, and for a short while I think my pleas worked. I don't think so. Then with no warning, the shuffling resumes, and along with it are the sobs of a woman. Oh boy. Use mouse to look around. Nice space bar to take a picture. Where the fuck is this girl? Oh, there we go. The light flashes fleetingly one last time, allowing me a glimpse of her grotesque, misshapen features before it is once again lost in the darkness. All of a sudden, her tone changes. No longer a soft cry, but a high-pitched shriek brimming with pain, grief, and anger. Every ounce of courage I've mustered flees from my body at the sound, and the next thing I know, my hand is gripping the knob, and I'm wrenching the door open. Her wails follow me as I flee into the night. Oh, that Blaine, I'd be freaked out too if she just appeared in my fucking room and started screaming at me. Pacing has always been one of Ashton's things of mine. When I want to think, I sit and let the minutes tick by until an idea comes to mind and my pulse slows down. And yet, dried leaves and twigs crack under my shoes as I make another pass at them. Terror is too mild to describe what this is. There's no way in hell I'm going back. Whatever she is, pleading won't work. The moment we saw that where she's been after
I
us.
can't run. Not this time.
Nearly 2 hours have gone by since I left the comfort of my room for the solitude of the park. 2 excruciating hours since I've started making calls. No one's answering. Not even Rebecca has always kept her phone line open in case other people need her. Or Isabella, who frequently checks hers for any messages and readily responds as soon as she can afford. It does not help that Ash hasn't said a word where he went off to as well.
Damn it! I knew I should have asked him before I let him leave.
Knowing him, he could be anywhere. But there's really only one place he'll likely be at this time. The mansion. The sun has already peeked over the horizon when I make it to the mansion. I have no idea what I'm expecting to see when I got here. There is Ashton, first and foremost. A part of me wishes my assumptions are correct and he's really somewhere close by on a stakeout. But I've never been the lucky sort when it comes to that kind of guessing. Even after I fade around in the immediate vicinity, I could find neither hide nor hear of him. Calling him does no good either, considering how awful the signal here is. Been a while since we've actually seen the mansion, I guess. Like, since last time? Since the last part of the yesterday's stream. It can't be too far if he's really here, but if he is, he would have already noticed me by now. Instead, there is only silence. The kind too quiet to find any sort of comfort in. Even the trees seem to have fallen asleep with the rest of the mansion, oblivious to what's happening around it. A small island of stillness in this otherwise fast-paced world. No wonder the whole of Anselm feels at odds with the rest of Luxborn. While the city is alive, growing every minute, breathing every second, and pulsating with life, the village remains unmoving, unchanged. It's not surprising the legends with Up still was up to this day, and why she's still here, working its hollowed halls. And beyond me, the mansion looms ominously. But now ain't the time for fear. Even if Ash is not here, I've still got to let the Wrights know what I've seen, what's in their home. And whatever grievance Ash has with him, doesn't matter. There might be grounds for imprisonment, but they don't deserve a brutal death at the hands of one malicious spirit. And I'm sure Isabella would want the same thing. I head straight for their door without a second thought. It takes a few rings to sound loud above the foreboding stillness before I hear footsteps on the other side.
God and Bennett, only a Nazi would knock at such an ungodly hour. Where's that damn butler when I need him?
Well, I guess Luke's still up. Before long, the door swings widely open with Mr. Luke Wright standing behind it. Seething would be a complete understatement to describe. Wait, why is there black fog behind him? Like this, I've got no doubt why Ash would find him a suspect.
You? How the hell did you get in here?
I walked up to your front door and knocked. It's not exactly a hard place to find, sir.
What in 7 hells do you want?
Only 7?
It's bloody 6 in the morning!
Listen, sir, I know this is not a good time.
Oh, it's not a good time. Did you even check the clock before coming here? I bet you didn't. Unlike you, the ones living in this house need to sleep. Come back when people are actually awake, or I'll call security on you.
Before I can get a word in, he slams the door shut. He slams the door to my face and bolts it shut with much finality.
Wait, sir, you gotta hear me out. You're both in danger if you stay in there. Have you seen the news lately? Everything's not a coincidence.
Only silence answers me. Maybe if it was Mrs. Wright. Oh, who am I kidding? There are limits to how far a person will believe in you. Then again, I didn't believe Isabel when she warned us. And now I'm here, desperately trying to save people even if I'm worried completely out of my own capacity to do so. Is this what they call karma? If so, this is one horrible way of turning things around. Taking people's lives, playing with people's fears, making them feel useless.
You're around, ain't you? You here? Inside this house? Listening, watching, or whatever it is that you spirits do? What did they do to you? I can help you, you know? If it'll let you move on, I'll gladly do so. You don't have to kill anyone.
Nothing. I don't even know who I'm talking to or if the same person is supposed to be doing that. The only thing I've got after is a feeling of foolishness washing over me. Or perhaps it is me just losing my mind. Out of other options and any other ideas, I let my hand slide off the door's surface and draw listlessly to my sides. I can go back to Luxborn, try to find the others, try and get out of this mess with them, or let them know how much in deep shit we all are. Both sound good. Either way, my loitering here ain't helping at all. I let the quiet just calm me for a few more minutes before standing up and heading out to fetch my bike. It's quite a distance to Luxborn, but hurry, I'll meet you in maybe... The rustling stops as soon as I turn around and strain my ears for any other movement around me.
Yo, Ash, you there?
No answer. If he is here, and I've just missed him earlier, already my feet are smoothing in search for him for the second time. It won't hurt to double check. Triple check, even. With how big the property is, he can be anywhere. If things ain't so urgent, if they ain't so dire that lives are at stake, I'd probably just have waited him to show up again.
But damn it! He needs to realize what exactly it is he's dealing with.
That it is not just a petty criminal he can simply throw in jail, but it is something beyond the authority his police badge could ever give him. The guy needs to stop playing the big damn hero, sit down and chill. My breathing comes in short, shallow rasps by the time I make it back to where I started. Still no sign of him, and I'm beginning to think I'm just wasting my time here. But that is when I hear it. I recognize the melody in a heartbeat. Ma's favorite song. I listen for a while, trying to gauge where exactly from the house it's coming from. My feet start moving before I can stop them. And there, as I circle a corner, from a room in the first floor. A single window is open, but I can't make out whoever's inside. However, I'm sure the singing comes from there. Still, why am I hearing old tuna here of all places? I won't know. It's not an obscure song by all means, but it is pretty rare to find someone who knows this. And for some reason, Death seems to follow this song around. Panic lodged itself at the base of my throat at once. Whoever's humming might be, I don't want to be the pessimist now, but on the off chance that it is Mrs. Wright.
Shit.
I shouldn't just barge in there. I could put my Delph in danger before I can save anyone. Ash will tell me so in the exact same words. Might even write me a dissertation why that is a bad idea if he ain't so lazy. But damn it, damn it, damn it, god damn it. Someone could be in danger. Yeah, I'm not going in there by myself. In the end, the rational part of my brain wins out. The half that has spent too much time around Ash. Because we know better, let's put it that way, that someone who's in trouble is probably half possessed right now. It's right, though, the reasonable part. If I do force my way in and find something unpleasant, how am I going to fight back? With my camera? No matter where you look at it, that's simply asking for a painful
I have
death.
a better chance if I find Ash.
What is he stupid about?
Perhaps I should try the forest, make a round further into the gardens. Not a sound plan, but it's better than nothing. The woman's soft sobs have subsided now by some means. Almost inaudible, to the point where I'm wondering if I truly heard what I heard. I didn't get to dwell much on it though, because right in that moment my phone rings. The sharp notes cutting piercing for the thick quietude. I clamp a hand over it, pressing the phone before the speakers are close to my ear.
Where are you?
I only caught the tail end of the person's greeting on the other side, but I know the voice well enough.
What was that, Ash? Could you repeat that? Signal's shitty here.
I asked, where are you? Hell, Zach, I've been calling your number for a good 20 minutes now. What kind of shithole did you get into?
Good morning to you, too. I should be asking you that question. I've been looking all over the mansion for you. I thought you'd be...
What mansion?
Do I really need to answer that?
Why are you even... No, wait. Just get your ass here at Isabella's place, and hurry.
I shift my gaze into the mansion, specifically the window I heard the cries from. There's nothing of it now, not even echoes.
How urgent is this?
Pressing enough for you to stop asking questions and get yourself here. Please, Zach.
That gives me a pause. It's a rare thing for him to take on that tone.
I'll be there in a few. An hour or two, tops.
Thanks. I'll see you.
I rushed back to my bike as soon as the call went. Without another look, I leave the mansion along with its haunting melodies and grim echoes behind. There are more important things than my own curiosity and impulses. Oh. And Marianne's perspective. The terrified Zachary went looking for Ashton in the Ermengarde mansion, but to no avail. He also tried to warn Luke about the spirits, but was turned away. And then I have to head back to the residences. But now... I'm sorry, is that... that looks like an anime poster to me. But now we're getting our fourth perspective switch. We're now playing as Marianne. Interesting. But yeah, we are indeed playing as our fourth character now. So I guess it's time to see what her perspective on the story is. Should be an interesting one for next time. Because that's where I'm going to stop playing the letter for tonight. I think we've got quite a few things there. Seems like we're trying to deal with the spooky curse, but it's not to be. And we've had a few spooks, a lot of light-hearted banter, and some serious conversation. So I guess next time we'll see what the interior designer has to offer in all this. Whether she gets involved or not. Very curious. I'm very curious to see if the game's story is basically going along in a linear order. Whether we go through each character and then the game ends, or whether we switch between characters at some point. I don't really know. But having played this, it seems like they've definitely watched their first share of movies like Ju-On and Ring. You know, with some of the camera blurring was straight out of the Ring movies. The position of the ghost girl is like something out of The Grudge and stuff like that. It's pretty interesting stuff so far. I am still intrigued with the story, honestly. That is for sure. That is for sure. Right, so now we are moving on to the poker part of the stream tonight. I think we had that cyberpunk mix last time. Let's see if there's anything a bit different I can put on for tonight's entertainment. Ah, yes, here we are. Ambient music, Carpenter's retro Link style mix, a 2-hour synthwave mix. That'll be good, I think. Alright, so let's change this up. Get ourselves logged into our poker account. Bear with me, everyone, while I switch to the different game and see how we do this evening. Excuse me. So let's. Oh, what's this? Oh, what's the freaking spam person decided to actually. So It's not my first playthrough of poker, let's put it that way. It's definitely not my first. Okay, I just need to bear with me. I just need to get the OBS set up for this one. Just bear with me a moment. Should be good here, I think. Okay, there we go. That should be it for that. Alright, well, I'm going to take a very sort of quick piss break, and when I return, I will be playing some poker again. So we're playing a 25-cent game, so I will be right back in a moment. Enjoy a bit of music in the meantime. Okay, and back. Okay, so, now that we've played the letter for a bit, I'm gonna be doing a quick little... I'll just close Steam down for a second. I'm gonna be doing a quick little poker game to keep my practice up as the week, as Sunday dawns. So, I hope those who have been watching the letter have had a good time. But now it is time for some poker. So, we are still chasing the ever-elusive first cash made online. At least, in this playform anyway. I have cashed once before in online poker, but it was quite a few years ago. Maybe about 2 or 3 actually. But anyway. So we're going to be... Oh, here we go. We're going to be playing a 25 cents game to stay within 100 big blinds. So we'll be hoping to cash out, and we will be following a tag strategy. So we will buy into this, and then we just sit and wait a few moments while the players fill up. So... hopefully this is going to work out pretty nicely. So let's see if my mind can switch from visual novel to poker once again. It looks like we'll be starting shortly. 15 players already in. This fills up pretty quickly, unsurprisingly. All good. Oh, come on. Poker Stars, please. Or should I say OBS, please show the game on the screen. Come on. OBS, don't be awkward, please. This is pretty standard. Thank you very much. There we go. Alright. So... this is a game with 45 players at max, where the top 7 places will pay out. I guess I'm going to be shuffling the tables a little bit while increased players join. The idea being is that 18 join originally, then up to 45 can join so that the game starts a bit quicker. So... this will quickly become 45, although players might get knocked out early. So, but it will basically fill up to 45. So instead of waiting for the lobby to become 45, wow, this player has played 2.5 million real money hands. So naturally, they are to my left. Not exactly a great start, huh? Well, we're going to raise with ace queen off. It's within our playable range. We have the button. And we are called. We will be c-betting here because we do have a draw and we are the initial raiser. It is a draw-heavy board, but it looks like they didn't have a piece of that, so they fold. And we take the pot down quite comfortably. Good start. Good start. We won an early pot, which is always nice. Given a lot of credit, and our aggression carried us through. And if they had called, even though there's draws out there, we could hit a jack. An ace might have been enough. And the aggression was worth it. You know, sometimes that works, you know. If they miss the flop after that, they're probably just going to fold a good chunk of the time anyway. So, it was the right decision. And if they, like, free bet, then we can make a tougher decision on it. Sorry, bet back into us, then, you know, then we have a difficult choice, of course. But, we'll get to that point when we get there, I guess. Okay, so again, we're going to raise it up to 4x because we have ace king off-suited. Middle position this time. And big blind is not heavily priced in here, but it is getting 2 to 1, so they will call. I will c-bet. Not a massive amount, but... Oh, they actually called that time. An interesting... But we do hit a king. So I think here we go in for another bet. They called, so the range could be... They could have a set of 9s and be slow playing a bit. That does complete a Jack-Queen type draw. They seem to be changing their plans here suddenly. They're not checking anymore. Oh boy. Did they play Jack-Queen? They check twice and call, and then suddenly they decide to bet on the river. But not a stupid amount either. It's not unfeasible to think that they hit 2 pair or had Jack-Queen. That really, really sucked, but the fact was they changed their mentality from check, call, to bet immediately. Given that we've just seen a raise and a re-raise, I'm going to fold Queen-King here, even though it's within our range. I mean, it's perfect. If they had King-Queen there... Sorry, Jack-Queen, I should say. Then they sort of pick up a gut shot on the flop, I guess. They could have had Jack-Queen of diamonds, so they wouldn't go anywhere. But it was the fact that they decided to change their strategy from calling to then suddenly taking the initiative. I can't just automatically assume my 8... I mean, for all I know, they could have been floating with King 10 and hit 2 pair on the river. I just sensed that because they didn't go all in, like a donk bet or something, because they decided to try a value bet of about 2/3, they probably hit a 2 pair, maybe a set. I will be kind of curious to see if it shows what they had, but they didn't. I don't think I did anything wrong there. I had the betting lead on 2 streets and they called twice. It's not unfeasible to even think they had pocket 10s. I mean, look, you know, pocket 10s and they hit a set on the river. Something like that. It's kind of annoying when I hit top pair on the turn there, but it was the way that they were betting for value. I was very suspicious. Keep in mind that they had not betted at any point. They called the raise, called flop and turn bets, and then when the 10 comes on the river, they then bet on a card that, while completing some straight draws, could also have completed King 10, pocket 10s, even 9-10. They could have had 9-10 and just hit a miracle 2 pair. And the thing is, I can't really shove at them because they're not folding it. So we have to just accept the fact they probably had a hand. You know, they didn't fold to a c-bet. They could have had 9-10 and just made a stupid 2 pair on the river and tried to get paid off. And I wasn't going to pay them off because you changed your plans. You went from calling my bets to going aggressive on me. Very weird. And a bit unfortunate considering I just had ace-queen and ace-king in successive hands there. Oh look, he's going to bet his ace now. I mean, I could call for a 4 to an implied straight, but it's 45 into 1 from 9. It's not really a worthwhile pot to pursue. But they must have hit their ace there. They just wanted to get paid, and you can take the small pot. I don't care. Still, it was nice to get some good hands back relatively close with each other. Just a shame that somebody managed to fucking flop 2 pair or something. Yeah, ace king, ace queen within 3 hands, not bad. got paid off one of them, and the other one, if they hadn't hit that 10, might have got paid on the river. Now watch as we go card dead for the next 60 minutes, and then I have to go all in with a pair. I wish I had someone to talk to at this point, but chat is dead quiet at this stage. Yeah, the webcam's back on, so that's fine. All good. There was also the fact that the player didn't bet stupidly. You know, they played that right as if they wanted a cheap flop. I could have perhaps raised more on the turn to maybe discourage them from draw chasing, but yeah, I don't think I did too much wrong there. I just got unlucky on the river, but didn't pay it off. Not much else to say. I didn't realise that these things went up to 2.5 million. I guess that means there must be queens and kings and aces out there for what, 5 million? 10 million? 100 million? Maybe? And of course, just because you've played a lot of hands doesn't necessarily inherently mean that you're a good player. It just means you might have just played a lot of poker. Or something. Meanwhile, they're going all in. This is the kind of strange bet here. They just go all in. Really, it's they have a hand or they don't. I don't know why they do that, but that's what happens at this level. They're only ever getting called by worse. No one's going to put all their chips in with a weaker hand in that spot. I'm going to call you with a really good hand, and your small pair or weaker ace is going to die, hopefully. Another all-in. When I didn't have the flush there, didn't want someone to get the flush, I suspect. Yeah, King 9 off is not in our range. Being that it's also mid-position. Not even a consideration at this point. Wow, the 3x there from Suitepee takes it down. Oh, wow. I'm going to raise it to 90 in early. I really would like someone to free bet here. Also, I kind of want one caller. I don't want everyone to just fold. So, of course, everyone just fucking folds. Thanks, guys. Thank you so very much for having fucking nothing. But I'm not going to just flat there. Not a chance. You never slow play your big hands at micro. Ever. And hey, I want a pot, so it's fine, whatever. No big deal. I am getting priced in here. About 4 to 1-ish. I'll call. I'm priced in a little bit. I'm first to act, but again, if I hit a really stupid flop, then I can just laugh and take a lot of money. Unfortunately, we don't hit any of that. But there's that ace someone was looking for. I think someone with king high is winning, and I'm not putting any money into this. I have no interest in doing that. My intention is simply, I will call, and if I get the ridiculous lucky flop, I will proceed. Anything else is just situational. And I'm certainly not going to bluff here. No need to do that. The fact that I actually got a lot of credit for under the gun raise there, to be fair. Sorry, music was a bit too loud. I have to turn it down a notch. Hope you can still hear it though, if anyone is watching this. Still in a small hole at the moment, but we're in the early phases of the game. We only need to double up once and we're okay. And we are actually getting some good hands. We've had kings, ace king and ace queen. We are getting the variances, giving us a few more hands so far, without allowing us to really make the big pot with any of them yet. I was almost tempted to flat those kings and see if someone was going to bet over me, but I didn't want to risk people just limping into the pot for some reason. Gets a call. Ooh, a raise. And ace king. I suppose it's entirely possible they also could have had ace king and just been playing the same hand against each other, judging by how they played that, but I don't know. It'd be nice if I could actually get the hand afterwards and check that one, but not to be. So I went with fours. We don't really hit anything. So we don't really have much here. Surprised he checked again. I'll be very surprised if I just win this pot, to be honest. I am surprised. Actually beat the fucking deuces this time. But no one was really committed to that pot, so, you know, there was no point in betting at it or anything. Not with 3 diamonds down there. Just let the hand play for showdown and we got a cheap pot. No complaints. Hey-ho. Ooh, King Jack. Just playing off the high card, it looks like. So 9-3 we fold, obviously. So we're clawing back into we're clawing back into out of the hole a little bit, the early hole, and we're about to be going down to 4 tables, probably quite soon, which is good. And we are. Bet gonna take it down, and guess so. I'm gonna flat here with 3s under the gun. Not gonna raise here. We'll call a sensible 3 bet in position. If we will not be calling a 3 bet, but a raise we will call depending on its size. Or we'll just be given access to another flop. Okay. That's fine by me. Didn't flop a 3. Is this going to be checked again? Well, Okay, sure. If you have a 4, you can have it. No. That's a low bet. They probably just wanted to get paid for a 4 or something. If I had an overpair to the middling cards, I might have considered calling that, but I lose to a 4, so there's no point giving 30 there. Utterly pointless. Wow. Fold. Interesting. Wasn't keen. My reputation as a type player who raises seems to be getting to this one. Perhaps a potential target? And we fold 5 jack because we have nothing to defend with. Obviously, we're not going to call there and then just have him raise. That's something I have learned pretty quick. I mean, I will occasionally attempt in a live game or another game if I got a decent read on a player, I will limp on small blind. If I have a good feeling I won't get raised. But most of the time in that spot, the fucking player always raises. And you have to expect a raise as such. So basically in the small blind it's like, are you prepared to call a raise? No, then don't limp. Because in poker, players don't like limpy. They like to raisey. And you always have to expect that. You're very fortunate if you get to a limp pot, you know. Unless you're playing a friendly game, because sometimes people do just limp and play flat or whatever. Or out or as such. But that comes down to knowing the tables. The limp pots are kind of rare-ish in poker, I think, over the course of a game. So we are now down to 4 tables. That's good. Not going out too early. Joined by someone who's played 500,000 real money hands. Ooh, ace queen off. This is going to be a raising hand. I'm going to make it 4x raise here, I think. Might. Okay. Oh, okay. That was a very suspicious small check there. But I am going to c-bet. Even though this player is only new to the table. Oh, okay. Did we hit our jack? And are really desperate? Fine, have it. He hit his fucking jack, obviously. Well, that's annoying. I was very suspicious at the slight delay on a check there, but I had to c-bet and see what happens. He probably hit his... I mean, he called... It's very realistic to assume he called on the flop, you know. I'm trying to get rid of hands like a king, but he's not having it. He may have been he could have been bluffing with ace king, but he's ahead in that case. And obviously, I don't have the chip stack to contest. Next time this plays in a hand, I will be wary of that they're willing to snap a raise back of my c-bet. Kind of annoying, really. But that happens sometimes, especially if they actually have a hand. They're obviously going... Although... 2-8 jack and you raise to 700, though. At this stake at level, it could be assumed that they do have the hand, but it also could be assumed by the size of the bet they weren't very happy for it to continue. Interestingly enough. It was a bit of a... I mean, they obviously wanted to get all my chips in at that point, I guess, but... If he fucking free bets here, I am going to shove on him. Even if he has, like, ace queen or something. But obviously I am going to call. Are you going to shove on me again? You really want to shove, don't you? You want me to fold, and I'm going to have to snap you off. Or is he actually contemplating maybe not this time? He's really thinking about it. Oh, for fuck's sake. I can't hit a fuck... Well, I'm not even proceeding. At this level, he's hit an ace. That's not even a question. He's hit an ace. And now he's slow playing it. He doesn't like that queen now. Also, I'm... Given how he played in the previous hand, I'm very, very, very suspicious that he took so long to actually fucking call. I don't know what he's playing at. He's being very, 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 very weird right now. And I do mean weird as fuck. Why is he taking so long to make a decision? Is he bluffing here? He hesitates and then bets 529 at me. He could have like ace 10. No, I'm gonna fold. That was so weird. What the fuck are you doing? He took forever to call and then takes forever to bet 500 at me. I'm very confused. I can only assume that he has ace and is just trying to slow play but doesn't know what to bet at me. I don't know. It would have been nice if it wasn't for the previous hand history, knowing that he's willing to call a c-bet and raise it, I would have c-bet there also, but he snapped the c-bet last time, so I can't exactly play the same trick on him. Wow, can I not deal with this player who apparently wants to fucking play very strange poker and I can't figure them out when I have good hands twice? Can I please catch a flop so I can exploit the really weird, odd, super odd play twice there? What the fuck did they have? That is so annoying. Been outplayed twice by someone because he joins the table and snaps a free bet, then decides to bet 500. I don't understand. I don't know why I'm talking because there's no one in the chat apparently, but that was so weird. It was the thing that got me suspicious is the fact that he has more than enough chips to cover a call, but he takes most of his time bank to call. I don't know if he's trying to maybe do something weird. My instinct is that he's trying to do the old time delay trick, where he basically, given that he's played a lot of hands, I bet you he's using a tracker. He probably thinks it's a tag. He probably thinks if I bet weirdly and delay, they might shove on me. It's a c-bet. I'm going to assume he had an ace, and he was trying to slow play the ace. And then it didn't come off this time. Like, he was probably wanting me to bet on the flop, and it didn't happen. And then he was a bit confused how to proceed after that point. And then he decided to just try and... I don't know. That was a very, very, very odd play. I don't like this player being on where he is. I want him to go away. And because of that, I'm now in really shitty position. Because I just... Again, I don't think I did anything wrong that time in calling the king-jack. I just needed the flop to cooperate and not put an ace out there, you know? The ace kills my action immediately, and given the previous hand where he was happy to raise, I have no doubt he would have done exactly the same shit again. So I'm not going to repeat the trick, especially if he is using a tracker. So, very awkward, but I think our folds in at least one of those spots was correct. At least. He hit the jack, decides to raise it up but wants to not value bet it because he's not interested or wants to stack off there. And then decides to play an ace, and it could have been a weak ace maybe, wasn't too convinced. I don't know. It's just unlucky that on both occasions we didn't hit the flop at all. And I'm not going to put the rest of my chips in to hit a 10. God. This might actually be one of the... This player is either a fucking fish or is actually somehow pretty decent. I can't figure it out. It's a very odd play. This is where I'd like to actually know what they had at least one hand there. Very strange. Very, very, very strange. I'll put it to you this way. If they're in a hand with me and I have a decent hand, I'm jamming. I want them to fuck off immediately. I don't want them in unless I have a pair. I want them to go away because they're just playing weird. I think. I have to be surrounded by the players who apparently have the most experience. And he's the player that's behind me. I'm not even much... This one's not done too much, but this one has come on the table and taken nearly half my stack off me. But I haven't at least been tempted to give him all the chips, to be fair, so I've had to be very patient and pick it. But I don't know, that was just something I've not come across before. Not the first one, I was just, oh, I C-bet, someone raises the C-bet, either with a better C-bet catcher or they have... Nah, it's micro stakes, they had ace-jack. Second hand, I don't know what they had. I'm assuming they were just slow playing an ace for some reason. And just wanted to get paid, and they did not. But they took so long to call on the flop. Pre-flop, I mean. That was the weirdest part. I could not figure out why they took so long to call on the pre-flop. Unless they were trying to feign weakness. But in that case, it backfired on them because I actually didn't have anything, so... I'm not calling ace-5. That's not in our range. And then he folds? I'm sorry, did you just fold when you had... Okay, maybe I'm giving this player too much credit. He just folded when he could have called there for value. I mean, priced in a bit. Oh man, I'm priced in here. But I'm out of position. But I'm priced in. And the flop doesn't give me any joy. But I was priced in, you know. I have to take a shot at it. Just to see what happens, naturally. I really hope he turns his hand over this time so I can get an idea what the fuck I'm playing against with this odd player. These are apparently the two most experienced in terms of quantity, and they're min-betting each other. Ace, deuce. He checked on the river with ace, deuce when he had the nuts. He checked on the river with the nuts. But he had the nuts. So perhaps he just likes to slow play it, but weirdly. Like in an utterly bonkers manner that can't be explained by 500,000 hands of play, apparently. 500,000 real money hands, and yet they don't bet with the nuts on the river where it's checked to them. They just play min bets against somebody, and then just... I don't understand this player whatsoever, and the weirdness is freaking me out too much. I'd almost say I want to get off this table and just call it a night, but I don't have time for another game after this, sadly. I mean, unless I play a cash game, but... ugh. Hey, World Misfit. Hi, sweet. Just letting you know I'm alive and fine despite not being at streams the last few days. Seem to work on some stuff not related to Redacted, but GZ doing related. Oh, you're just busy. That's fine, Lord Misfit. I hope that your work's doing well. And don't worry, you know, if you're busy with stuff, it's fine. I know you're not interested in the visual novel stuff, and I'm doing it at the moment, but I am going to be switching up a bit later this week. Obviously, I'm playing some poker right now, and we've had a very strange game. We have had several good hands, and then we've had 2 weird ones where I've been forced to the short stack. But we still have enough time to recover if we get a double up, so, you know, this is where the patience comes in. Right now, it's a personal little project, some stuff for code testing and doing systems/methods without any ACS assistant. Oh, I see. Fair enough. Sounds like quite a technical piece of work then, Mr. Misfit. And all in. Someone hit a straight already? 2 pair? Ooh, trip aces versus the straights. Yeah, there was obviously a straight in there somewhere. I can't get over the fact that they friggin... You know what? There's a very good possibility this player is a weird manic fish or something. But I don't think they're playing lightly. They're playing good hands in weird ways. I think that might be either... Yeah, okay. So this player is playing with the nuts, basically. No question about it. Judging by how they've been playing, my folds earlier have been correct twice. They've had ace-jack and re-raised, not curving for value. And then they've tried to slow play an ace-x on me. I thought it was a weak one, but I figured out I didn't have it. So if this player bets, I need to be very careful when they're in the hand. Hi, Jerry. I don't really have much time to give you a hug. I'm playing poker. Me. Yes, it's gambling. Me. Yes, I know gambling is apparently a sin. No, I'm not a demon. Stop it. Hey, look, Cherry. We got pocket tens. We have to jam because we're short-stacked. Oh, God, not this fucking player. Okay, I'll do. Alright, we're live, Cherry. We made it. I'm sorry, Cherry. Back to the closet. So why are you a revenant? I'm still waiting for the day someone figures out what avatar that's supposed to be. Well, it's been interesting tonight, Lord Misfit. We've had a few spooks, some interesting plot development. We're on to our 4th character now, but that will be for next time. Not calling with... did I want a call with 10s? Not really. I wanted just an all-in flip, I think. Given the short stack situation. We still need to double up at some point, though. Given how this player has played, though, it is safe to assume if they are in a hand, they are playing strength. It doesn't... They're just playing very weirdly as well. So, if you're interested, speaking of visual novels, Lukahin, someone I subbed to YouTube recently, has a 999 Let's Play on their YouTube channel. Just started it. I think I'll be okay. I don't really see the need to watch someone else play... Oh wow, split plot. I don't really see the need for someone else to watch someone else play a visual novel when I've already played it myself. I want to jam, but I'm going to resist the urge. We really, really need a good double up, though, to continue in this match. This sucks. Because of my position, if I go out now, I'm in an awkward spot where if I play a second game, I could be running late into the night. I feel cheated slightly from this game. I feel cheated. Well, we're not out of the game yet, though. Not even out of time bank, but they check. I don't understand this player whatsoever. They seem to be playing. They seem to be playing with the hands, though. They seem to have it, but it's the way that they're going about it is utterly weird to me. Maybe that's part of a strategy to play extreme and orthodox, but I suspect it may also be because they're a bit of a weird fish, but they do play tight. Maybe. Fair enough, Lord Misfit. But I'm still enjoying the letter. The letter's a fun game. But I will be glad when we can get back to the stuff that has a bit more chat interaction more regularly. And here we have 9s. And we're going to have to shove and hope for a flip. At this point, if they have a better pair, then so be it. Okay, 1 overcard to dodge. 1 overcard to dodge. 1 overcard to dodge. And we dodged it. There we go. Finally. Not the worst call with King 8, I guess. Actually, no, that was pretty stupid. You don't call with King 8 again. No, that's actually a poor call. That was purely a call to eliminate and get lucky. And it didn't work. I mean, obviously, sometimes in these spots, players are desperate and maybe... I mean, come on, you have King 8. If I have Ace 2, I'm an idiot. But I think they call because they have 5 times the stack size, the chance to eliminate. Sure. Maybe someone takes a punt. Considering I have 9s, that was about as good as a spot I could have got. 1 overcard to fade, made pair, they have to hit a king to beat me. That was a decent spot right there. Drowkin hasn't said too much tonight, Lord Misfit. He did talk at the beginning, but Drowkin hasn't said anything after that point. Nope. That is an under the gun raise. I'm crediting them with an ace. Given how this player has played, that is an ace raise. 100%. They're not fucking around with that. Makes my decision. I don't want to call this because I don't like it here. I'm too short stacked to be playing 5s just for the flat. And given I'm out of position to Mr. Weird Aggressor here, I'm just gonna chuck the 5s this time. Oh yeah, I'm sure he's happy for the whole playthrough. I mean, just because we have hands in our range doesn't mean we always have to play them. It's situational. And I thought that was a good time to not do it, especially since we're so vulnerable to the elimination at this point. I mean, we are above 10 big blinds, but it's still low. And then just does a big... Ugh. Yeah, I'm still debating whether I play more tomorrow or whether I actually do something different for Tuesday. I have done 3 parts of the letter at this stage. I'm going away. I'm not calling with Deuce 8, obviously. Now, the player that has played 2.5 million real money hands is pondering this. That's the highest one I've ever seen of those. I've seen 10s. King Jack, wow, you're very behind. That was a horrible call. Ace scoops, mostly. I wouldn't mind more downtime, you just want to keep going. Nah, you can play that. Oh, wow. Yeah, he would have gone all in there. I wasn't getting away from that. Plus, he had one of my 5 outs. Well, player gone. Down to 29. Nah, I'm just thinking I might want to get Spectrum done. Oh, wow. A shove all in. Really likes the aggression, this one, don't they? But they seem to be doing it with hands to back it up. That's the thing that is concerning. They are doing it with hands that back up. Small stack. I'm gonna call here, I think. I don't particularly fancy the idea of raising there. Let's see what we get. An interesting little hand. We'll bet pot here. And he takes it down. Nice. That worked out okay. That was a bit risky to flat there, considering, but I think this player is playing semi-sensible, so we chose a decent player to big blind flat on, I think. Unlike this maniac, he seems to alternate between playing really weird and playing... It generally seems they're playing very, very aggressive, though, but they're playing aggressive with hands. That's the thing. They're not playing aggressive with garbage, it seems. So if they are, they're not letting us find out about it because they don't want to bother. I did say I'd mix it up, because that's something I have to do with all these longer playthroughs, Lord Misfit. You know, I'm not just going to keep playing the same game constantly until it's over. It's a bit detrimental for engagement, and just, you know, mix it up a bit doesn't hurt. Plus it allows you to get on with multiple things. And in my eyes, Spectrum is a one-stream playthrough if I get lucky. I'll see how I feel at the end of this. Alright, well we've made the last 3 tables, so we've survived 2 tables so far, but if we want to survive a 3rd, we are going to need to start getting some big wins under our belt. We've essentially been playing from the back from quite a bit now. Hold on a second. An all too familiar feeling of being in this position where I'm the short stack and I have to wait for hands. I'd like to be in a position where I have, like, a reasonable amount of chips for a long duration. Never seems to be the case with me, though. I always seem to be coming from behind. It's very rare that I actually get a nice chip stack and hold on to it. He just bets 80. Then bets... What the fuck are these bets? He makes a weird small bet on the turn and then jams on the river. I can't figure this player out at all. I have no idea what they're doing. All I know is that if they're being aggressive, they generally seem to have something. Oh no. This is the bottom of my calling range against a typical all-in. Okay, now, if everyone folds, we are in a tough spot. If someone calls, we can easily throw this away. Yep, I'm folding. Bye. Ace jack, but okay. Okay, he would have hit a flush. I mean, I think that ace jack as a premium to call an all-in from someone who's not been completely off the rails was at the lower end of my range. So I think that was a good fold, and this player actually saved me some decision making, so thank you. You saved me from losing to a flush, basically. Because even though I would have hit an ace, he hits the flush on the turn, so... Yay, that's cool, I guess. I mean, ace-jack off is in the bottom end of our calling range, our playing range for full micro tag, but when it comes to an all-in spot like that, ace-jack isn't that great, really. And he had nines, and he had quite what did he have again? Oh, he had queen 10, sorry, and he had 9. So I was behind 3, but I would have had 5 cards. Okay, so that was... fine. Still so short stack, though. This is so painful. I can't get out of this hole at the moment. And now we're in lotto poker phase of the game too, a bit. So I can't really... Ugh. This is so painful. Not a great way to start the week, having to make several tough fold decisions and being short-stacked. Although at least it's shown that we are willing to not immediately call out of pride and then get busted earlier, you know? But, you know, we're not out yet. We just need to get the one big hand and another double up, and we can still keep fighting for another day. We have so far managed to do that twice. So, you know, there's always hope. But at this stage, players are happily chipping it in, so it's not like there's the implicit threat of an ace-king I have to shove, and mastery would be committing quite a bit of their stack to call. And then we just take it down, and that's perfectly fine. I am more than happy to do that. I'm not going to go all in with this one. I will just make a 3x raise. Still implying enough strength, and if someone does jam, we will call. But we'll see what happens. Nice. That worked out very nicely for us. We took down 2 pots pre without seeing a card. That's fine. I'm happy with that with ace king and ace jack, honestly. Means I don't have to get fluked by a pair or something. So that's given us a bit of a temporary reprieve. And we are now above 10 big blinds, so looking okay. Looking okay. And that's why I sometimes don't like to jam all in, because eventually someone will just want to call. But if you mix it up, I suspect players will give you a bit more credit. Now then. Is this a jam spot for us? Maybe not. Can you just fold, please? Don't do some weird... I'm going to call here. Because there's one player left to act. I'm not folding immediately, but I am going to call. I wasn't too happy with the other player calling there, actually. But it's fine. Out of position to someone who has raised pre. So the idea here really is just... I don't expect them to fold. I have a feeling they're pretty serious. I just wanted to see if I could get maybe, like... a bit of a decent rookie flop to either call an all-in shove with, or... And then they bet 120. Wow, it's almost implying a call, but I'm not going to take the bait. No. Not going to take the bait. That is a strange decision, considering 2 players have called to min bet at that point. Did they miss? Did they seriously just miss? But still have a pair? I think they have a pair. So I don't think they're folding a good pair there. So I don't know. Maybe we could have folded the ace queen there, but my gut instinct was, being it was also an under the gun. Well, sorry, not under the gun. I just sensed that they weren't gonna, ace queen versus a pair there. I'm not quite ready to flip, but I'll take a flop because I can sort of afford to do that, and just see if we get a bit of luck. I mean, we could have shoved on them, but I didn't think they were folding that time. So I think the calling was fine. We just didn't get anything to support us on the flop that might have been able to break them. But we didn't lose our stack to them. They had a bit more stack than we did. Other way around, if I have like a bit more of a stack advantage to them, I might just have shoved. But because they can eliminate us, we gotta be mindful they are being plentiful serious in that spot. And so I didn't fancy shoving, basically. I'd done all that earlier. Didn't feel we need that time. It is a min. I mean, you could call that. You're getting about, yeah. It's a min raise. I would have called it. I would have called this in Atletico's position, 100%. I just would not have done in my current position because the player that's behind me, and they might have gone all in. We are at a phase of the game where there are short stacks looking for all-in opportunities, like I previously was, and to be honest, still am. So, under 10 big blinds now, but hardly alone in that aspect. Maybe I should have voted that ace queen. Nah, maybe not. Hey, thank you for the follow, Lero Checker_Fox. How you doing? Hope you're having a good evening, wherever you are. Alright. Hydration complete. You happy? Ace 9 versus 10-9. Ace 9 takes. Okay, well, again, we're just in the same position as we were before. We need a dig double up, and we need to get cold. So here we hover. Can we make it to a third? Can we make it to the last two? Ezinho is sitting out. This is where I expect them to be aggressive. Once it's checked, of course. They don't seem to like... Yeah, they are making such odd bets, but they are playing very, very aggressively. I suspect they are doing it with something, but there definitely feels like there's a leak or a gap that I could exploit. But I will have to have a hand to do it. Because boy oh boy are they happy to fucking shove. They don't want to do value bets. They want to do big over bets quite a bit. But you sense it might be a strategic thing with this player. They might not be doing it completely idiotically, is the scary part. The weird bet sizings might be a deliberate tactic. Owing to the fact they've also played a fair amount of hands, it could well be they've developed a very crazy style that works for them. You know, come across as being a crazy player, but actually you're not. And you're actually playing good hands all the time, or mixing it up with some bluffs when you do that. Possibly. I just sense there's a bit more to it than just I'm a maniac fish in this case. It feels like they're playing with some smart intention, even if it's just be a crazy maniac fish. Wow. Okay, no, we can't slow play it. I wanted to flat and incite a fucking thing, but at this point I'm desperate. Please call me. You fucking kidding me? Oh my fucking god. No one wanted to call that? I should have free bets. Oh, there was too many. I'm getting too much credit at this table for people not to call. That was a bad decision. I mean, I won the hand. I shouldn't complain, but I should have got max value from having fucking aces there. And because no one had anything, I get nothing. I should have either flatted and actually incited a re-raise, or... Oh, that was painful. That was so painful. And although we won quite a few chips there, we barely get to enjoy any of it because we're immediately blinded back to 1k. Oh my god, how does no one have a hand there? I'm getting too much credit. If I get aces again, I'm not going to jam, unless I'm desperately short-stacked. I have to make those pay. Oh, that sucked so much. As if no one has anything. I get the best pre-starting hand and everyone folds. That is so annoying. And that's probably going to cost me the tournament. Because I couldn't get aces paid off. Because no one fucking has anything and they give me too much credit. They didn't consider... Oh, it could have been really bad luck. They didn't have anything and maybe they would have called with their ace crap any other time. I'm disappointed. So disappointed. If I get a double up off those aces, I'm at 2k. And then I'm safe. Now I'm just back in the hole again. I won 520 off that, but I got robbed from antes and blinds very quickly. So, ladies and gentlemen, that is the end of the tournament. Basically, I can't get paid off aces, so... I'm not going to survive much longer, unfortunately. I won't be getting those again. And I was under the gun as well. I think that's what really bit me there. I went for an all under the gun all-in jam. A small min raise might have got a bit more credit, less credit, in a spot where I needed less credit. God. Lesson learned. Sometimes it's okay not to jam in that spot. You want to make the big hands pay. I just figured that since it's like I'm short stacked and there's several players who can call 1,000, someone would call with a decent hand. But I never gave them the chance to consider it. So yeah, that was poor play. That was really poor on my part. I really should have got those aces paid off, not flake everyone forward. If I am so lucky to have that happen again, I will play it differently based on position. Of course, if I'm not under the gun, I probably will jam again. But if I'm under the gun, I might just like min raise and hope to be snapped. Now, I'm gonna have to fucking play a crappier hand and get called by aces. Just you watch. I get called by aces and lose in this game. And it will probably be like this fucking player to my right. Just you watch, I'll go all in with something, he'll have aces and win. And that'll be the end of the tournament for me. It's like, because I couldn't get aces paid off. What a painful night this has been, in a different sense. Yeah, right, you're not folding. Just get your stupid raise in now so I can fold, please. Or not. Okay. I guess they figured I was going to jam a good chunk of the time there. Interesting. My reputation gave me a walk that I probably did not deserve. They must fear that I'm playing tight. Yeah, you're right, I am. I'm a bit surprised there, though. But I guess they figure correctly. If I have anything good, I'm jamming on them. Well, I'll take it. Allow them to stick around a bit longer. Oh, this player has been sitting out for ages. Oh, we're playing 6 max here. Temporarily. We might not be dead yet, but we do need to get... We've been given a temporary extension. We need to get a hand, though, and make it pay off. Oh, last 2 tables. We've made it to the last 2. So we can go back to the 4-ring micro strat, obviously. 4-ring micro it is. Excuse me. Jack King. Sorry, King Jack. This has been a good collection of music, by the way. This alternate synthwave sort of thing. A bit different from the other one I listen to usually. And also royalty free, so I don't have to worry about the DMCA thing. If that was suited, I would contemplate a jam there. Because that is in my range, surprisingly. Suited, not offsuit. 10-9 off is not in the range, but 10-9 in is. Oh, the ace-10 would have hit, so I'd have been screwed on this one. Suitepee is now in trouble. Oh no, this is awkward. I still have nothing. So even though the thing is, I have to call this. Unless someone goes over the top, which makes my decision a lot easier. That's your cue, crazy player. No, I'm not chucking it in. You can just play against me with your Queen 9. Yeah, I don't even beat the better. Oh, he hits a king on the river. Okay, a queen on the river, sorry. So that was a good fold anyway, even from a desperation all-in. 17. We just need a double up in the right position. But we're not getting it. We're not getting it. We're just not getting it. And the antes are killing my chances to wait as well, as they are designed to do as such. I'm either going to have to get a hand or get a good position to rep one. But because of the low amount of stack, I'm not really a threat to some of these stacks, really. The reputation will have to play a hand in maybe getting a fold, but it will have to happen soonish. And the antes just went up even further. Well, I'm afraid this is going to have to be it. We're on the button with ace-6. This is going to have to be it, I'm afraid. We can't wait any longer. If you have a better ace, feel free to call me. I'm not going to win, but I have to play this hand because I'm so stacked. Oh wow, my head. Oh, come on. Oh, thank you. Don't give him a suck-in, suck-out. Yes, thank you. There we go, baby. Ace-6 versus 9-jack. I don't exactly blame the call there. It's not the worst. I only have one. I only have... It's a sort of connecting hand. He had a 9. It's not the worst. Given that we're at this stage of the game, someone's going to take a punt. But okay. That gives us a bit more opportunity. That wasn't within our playable range, but we had to do it because we had the right spot. We were low stacked. We might not got much better, and the price to pay just went up. We took a slightly less than best spot, but we got what we wanted. Have to do that sometimes, I think. And we need to do it again. We're not out the woods yet. We're clinging on like a desperate survivor on a wrecked ship. The ship's going down, but we refuse to get off the wooden bow. We're lighting those flares, and we're hoping to make it to the final table somehow. But due to our patience, we have at least managed to get down to the last 15. So even if we go out, we have respectively made a fist of it. A fight. Considering we've spent most of this game short-stacked very muchly, we've actually done okay. A few smart decisions not to bust earlier. We're making a fight of it. It's good. But will it be enough to get us to the final table? Time will tell. This guy continues to use the weird aggression to their advantage. Okay, pocket deuces is the bottom of my range, but I'm not set mining at this point. I can't really afford to call praising. I can't really survive the pressure of a re-raise. So I'm just going to muck it. And I think that's fine. I would obviously only play deuces if, like, I had early on in the game, I'd play the deuces because I can, but now I can't. Not when one sweep of the blinds later I'm down another 300. I'm still looking for spots to jam so I can get to a point where I can play a few more extra hands. So we must continue our patient crusade, unfortunately. That's a nasty little min raise, which you can have it. I'm not going to contest. Oh, baby. Now I wouldn't mind someone doing a min raise on me. Are you serious? Thank you! If you have aces, you have aces. 9-10. Come on! No suck out, please. Yes. He called 9-10. Okay, to be fair, he raised it. He had to call because he had committed. And that's wow, that's straight out the tag playbook. Maybe he's playing tag too. Just doing it a bit differently from me. Oh, that was a good one, guys. That was a good one. We got information on them. They might be playing tag too. But playing with strange betting patterns. Or they might be playing a lag. I don't know much about the lag playstyle, actually. I've not gone into lags. He could be a lag. That's loose and aggressive. That's where you do a lot of betting. But they're playing weird, so I don't know. I don't know what... I wish I had a poker tracker for this player specifically. They're playing... They seem to be fairly experienced, so I don't think they're being completely stupid. That's the thing. And if they are, then it's a very strange style I'm not used to seeing. It's got me thinking. I would be really curious if I could get a tracker on what they would say about that player. Anyway, we got a big pot off them, so... We're now 8th out of 15. We're in a good spot-ish for now. Icons in the corners of the avatars? Oh, you mean these here? These pairs you're seeing? Is that what you mean, Lord Misfit? If you're talking about these, that means... Oh yeah, that means they've played a lot of real money hands. If you hover over them, in the case of the Callow Klein, the Tocket 5s means they've played 50,000 real money hands. In the case of KBCADF, they've played 500,000, 500,000 real money hands. And this guy's played 2.5 million real money hands, apparently. That's the highest I've seen yet. I've seen 1 million before, but I didn't know there was one above that. Yeah, let's be clear though, Lord Misfit. If they are playing that many hands, that doesn't mean they're any good. If they're playing micro stakes, and they have this, they might be multi-tabling. They might just have played a lot of hands without a lot of thinking. Arguably. I mean, obviously, if you see it, it means they've at least had a lot of hand experience, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's good. It just might mean they've played for 10 years, multi-tabled 10 tables, and just done fuck all. Well, it could also mean the opposite. Maybe they really do have the experience because they're both still here. In fact, this player's been here from the beginning and hasn't left. I don't know. 13 left. I'd like to double up again so I can get into a 5 or 6k position if possible, but this is fine. We now know that they're willing to be a little more... I'm not really that interested. You know, I didn't fancy bluffing there. I sense this player's not an idiot, though. Genuinely, I think while they are playing crazy betting, I suspect it's a strategy of some kind. So I'm being very cautious when playing with them. Because they haven't exactly played like really stupid fishy hands. They've played in a style that reeks of an aggressive strategy, but it's not a tag. Perhaps. Anyway. Oh boy, he's committed pretty much a good... Oh wow. Other player didn't want to play it out to him. Considering that we've been short-stacked to get to this point is, I think there's some credit due here, a little bit. The fact that we've been bottom of the position several times and yet we've come back and we're now in a spot where we are competing to potentially get to an FT for the first time on this channel. One more double up might be enough in the right spot. I mean, we hit 2-pair on that flop, but we have to call and not get raised, and obviously a straight, obviously a flush gets there. Not entirely out of the question that one of these players doesn't already have it. If not a straight. Nope. High card ace takes that one. Weird exchange there, I think. I'd like to look at the hand here, see what the other player had. King, deuce, ace, 3. I flop 2-pair. Okay, now let's be fair, they both have a heart draw. That's why they both proceed. They both had a heart draw at that point. I'm checking the stacks here. I'm gonna call. If Kevin Razor goes all in, we have a decision. I'm perhaps not too worried about the other players doing that. Maybe a raise, but I'm not expecting an all in, is the point. 2 checks on a board where we have some... Do we check to bluff this one? I'm gonna bet and for information here a little bit. Maybe take it down on the flop. That's a good card for us, but it does complete a flush, obviously. Okay, if he shoves here, he has the flush. But then I'm playing to a boat. Do I go for value here? You know what? Let's just check. Oh, he had 2-pair. Oh, I could have fucking busted him. I was a bit too scared of the flush there. But you know what? It's fine. It's fine. He had that was a beautiful spot though. He had 2-pair. Okay, but here's the thing, right? My only move there is to go all in, effectively. He probably doesn't call that. So if I suspect if they're smart, they might not have called that one. Because my only move there to get the rest of his stack is to shove on him. I don't think he's taking it. Also, he just took someone out, so yeah. Yeah, I think that if we realise, though, that he doesn't have the flush, we should have jammed on him. But I think at the same time we have showdown value for our trips. Maybe, in case he's jet raising or wants us to jam. Because we did take the betting lead in that hand. And maybe he wanted us to... I mean, it is possible, although unlikely at this level. He might have been like, I hit the flush, I'm going to let them bet, and then jam on the river and I call. If I had hit the flush, I might have considered doing that. Maybe check to the... Because I took the betting lead off them as well. So... I might have overthought that one a bit, I think. Only a jack allows us to proceed. No need to get involved there. No need to get involved. I mean, we won the hand. That's what matters. We won the hand. We didn't have to worry about a weird flush or a slow play. Maybe we could have got a bit more value, but I think we got good value off them anyway, so I'm not too annoyed at that one. And we are on to the final table bubble. And oh boy, there's a short stack to punish. But unfortunately, it looks like someone has... Oh, now if we call here... No. No. Only be... Damn it. He loaded. I was thinking why I would happily call there if someone was to go all in. Then we have an awkward spot. So I think for that sake, it was a decision not to do it. If he goes all in and he has a good hand, he reshoves to isolate, and I would have lost quite a few more chips than maybe against the ace-X range I would have been prepared to play in that spot. Even though it was within our range, obviously, at this point, we want this player to fuck off, and then we can get to a final table. That's all we want at this point. We want the... I want Kevin Razor to go home. Or someone else to go home. And I can make a final table. Then we can restart again. We don't want to do something stupid and go all out now. We need to be proceeding with caution here. So, Jack 10. And he bets out again. Unfortunately, I have this player tagged as being aggressive. If I have King Jack on this board, I'm shoving here. But I'm crediting him. He could have had Jack. I mean, he limped. So he could have had, like, Jack 10. Given that I've seen him play, like, 10-9, Jack 10's not an outrageous question for this player. Oh, no. Do not double up the short stack. If I had any ace there, I would shove on him. Ace rag. But I had an absolute crap hand. I can... Oh, never mind. We made it. First final table of this stream. At last. We've made it. We've made it. Oh my god, we actually made it, guys. Final table. The first one of the Suitepee stream, at last. Oh, all our hard work could be vindicated with one more double up. Okay, now to get paid, we need to finish in the top 7. So 2 more places to go. And we are short stacked. Oh, sorry. Yeah, there's 9 of us left. Oh, sorry, it's blocking the information, isn't it? Let me move my can down here. I didn't realize it was blocking that. Sorry. I should have moved it down there a bit ago, to be honest, because there's nothing happening over here, I don't think. Sorry about that. I think I'll put it here a little bit. There we go. That's better, I think. Oh, King versus King. Oh, but the King Jack gets the suck out. Oh my god, Ace Jack. Oh, but it's early under the gun. No, why did you give me Ace Jack there? I don't want to go all in with Ace Jack at this point, and I don't want to even play it, really. I need it to be suited. Such an awkward spot there for me. Yes, it's in our playable range, but we are short stacked. It's a really shitty gamble at this point. I don't like it. I didn't feel comfortable under the gun. If it was suited, I'd jam, and that would be the end of the action. Okay, Queen Jack. Sorry, letting get my words out. Queen 9. Wow. He jams on that board. Do we chase the flush here? No. No. Also, that is the first time that player has done something like that. So they probably had 2 pair. Or a strong hand. I don't want to chase the flush there. Don't want to chase it at all. I didn't feel comfortable with it. At all. They'd not done something like that before, really. So, I give them credit. I don't blame them. I was tempted. If it was Ace 9, I would. But it's not even a nut flush. So, not gonna happen. Now, in this... Okay, if no one had actually called there, I might have jammed to try and isolate the small stack here. As it is, I have the button with 8s. But I don't close the action, so I'm gonna fold. Oh, for fuck's sake. Ugh. Let's not jump to conclusions. We might not have ended up winning the hand. Look at that. Straight and flush just came in. This might be a good fold, actually. Especially since it's this aggressive player. Jams with everything. Oh. Another Brazilian player. Hey, I think I've seen that name before. I think. Okay, Prudent will resume in 4 minutes, and when all the players have clicked, I'm ready. We're 8 out of 9. I mean, given how that hand played, it would have been the straights and flushes on the board. It would have been a hard sell, really, with pocket 8s and a set there. Obviously, I would have gone all in and prayed. We didn't run into either, but I didn't fancy it. An Ace Jack under the gun, at this point, I don't like it at all. I didn't feel comfortable with it. If it's suited, I happily maybe jam there and just get rid of, take the pot down or something. Or maybe I would have like 3x, but I'm short stacked still. I am still short stacked at this point, it must be mentioned. I mean, I have under 10 big blinds, which is about to become probably less. I still need to shove and get a big win at this point, unfortunately. This player hopefully will go out before us. Then we would be on the bubble again. Even if I get 7th, I want to get 7th at least here. I don't mind if I fuck up after that. Just let me get a fucking cash, please. We are close spots away. How are you doing, Spintig, anyway? I've made the first final table of my streaming here. The first one. Not the first in total for since I started returning. I did hit a final table Saturday night, late night, but I went out 8th and didn't cash. Here, I'm in a very similar position, and we've been hanging on for so long. So long. We've had so many short stack poker plays, but we've had some good decision making, and we're here. If we can get one double up, we should be able to secure a cash spot, but we need to get it. And we need to get it soon. Or one of these aggressive players could stack each other. They can do that if they want. 4 Brazilians. A Russian, German, a Belgian, and a Greek who's sitting out apparently on 16,000 chips. The chip leader is sitting out for the time being. So in terms of stats, we've dealt 118 hands. We've seen a flop 19 out of 118 times, 1 out of 17 on the small blind, 8 out of 16 on big, 10 out of 85 no positions. We've won all our showdown pots, and 9 without. So we're doing okay, I think. Our tight strategy has allowed us to get a bit of respect when required, and we've held up with our all-in so far. So this is some tense stuff you've joined us in for, Spinzig. We could finally secure our first cash victory. Even if it's just 7th place and 45 cents. Hey, it's a start. It's something. It gives us a free game and a bit towards the next one. It's the beginning, right? So... the $1 game is $1. This is a 25-cent game though, Lord Misfit, so I have to play. So here we go again. I'm playing 25 cents so I can use $25 to play 100 games instead of 25 $1 games. Since I currently do not have an intention of reloading. I want to basically start building up a small bankroll by winning or cashing a few games like this, or cash games or whatever, to start getting a bit of a bankroll going so I can start playing gradually better games with better prizes, if you get my drift. I don't want to be staying at fucking 25-cent levels. Wow, we have kings. First hand after the break. Can we get it all in? Will we be given the chance here? Come on, somebody, please. You, raise. He's thinking about it. He has no time bank, though, so he has to make a decision. Oh, for fuck's sake, what do I do here? I have to all in. Because of the short stack. Okay, ace-king, this is good. No ace, no ace, no ace, no ace. Yes! Got him. And we took out the short stack as well. Okay. We are one player away from the money bubble. One. Oh my fucking god. And he goes all in. Oh no. Immediately the Greek comes back and jams on me. What do I do? This is my tournament life. Do I flip here or do I fold and look for a better spot? This is a tough one. You think I should wait? Yeah, I'm just gonna have to let it go. I don't know anything about this player. And for all I know, it's at best a flip, and at worst he has kings or aces and just doesn't want to play it. I don't know. They have a lot of chips. That's the annoying thing. If I have suited, that's still a tough decision. There's nothing wrong with me racing ace-king there. Someone just jams. What can you do? That was a sucker punch. I would have preferred not... I didn't do anything wrong there. I was just unlucky that someone decided to jam on me. But I can't immediately think to call. Because I'm not expecting the all-in shove. And if he is doing it with 9s, 10s, jacks, I'm flipping. Do I want to flip at this point? With not pair? Maybe not. Damn it! The wrong player won. I think that was a wise decision. Even though we are still quite short-stacked. To put our tournament life on with ace-king off, where he could easily have a pair, I don't want to do it. If we'd been playing with this player for a while, we could have figured out a pattern, but it's a second-hand interaction and they just jam on me. I suspect they do it with a pair. Or a weaker ace, possibly. But it's just that, it's the fact that it's a flip for a money bubble spot as well, which just agonizingly adds to it. Thankfully, this is not in our range. And, oh god, now we are, well... I think that was a wise decision, because we don't know what they have. Because it's an easy spot there to go in with queens or kings or whatever. I would love to have known what they had, but arguably it's a flip. I suspect it's a flip. I don't think they have ace queen. I think in that spot, it's a flip. Do I want to take a flip at this point? No, not really. Not at this particular moment. If I was short stacked and desperate, yeah, I would just have gone all in. I wouldn't have been 3xing. And the player with the 2.5 million experience has managed to get themselves to a dud spot, so perhaps, wow, this player is semi-decent too. It's scary to think there's players that have this much real hand experience, whether it's of good quality. Playing this level is a little scary, actually, to some extent, but anyway. Oh, and Owen. He's thinking about it, decides to fold. It's my first time. Oh. I am the last. I am last. Now, the thing here is that every single player on the table knows this is the money bubble. So they are going to be looking to crush and bully short stacks. That simple. So no doubt players will play very cautiously for a bit, except against me and this guy, where they will punish. I need to hit a hand again. Can we get... I don't care if I go out 7th at this point. I just want to get to that 7th. Then this is a positive for the night, and we're up a little bit. We just need to get that... not playing that cautious with these two, but... wow, all in, shove. On a deuce. Oh, it pairs the board. Oh, nice call. Crow got exposed there a little bit, I think. I need to check the hand there. I didn't actually see what they both had entirely. I was trying to figure out who was winning that. That would be great, Lord Misfit. I really hope they do. I'm not in the position. That was a big crowd. Crow has been snake bit. What did they have there? Let me check the hand. King. Oh, he was bluffing. He was pure bluffing. And he got called by 2 pair. Wow. So maybe before he was bluffing, perhaps. Oh, wow. Oh, no way. Oh, you fucking kidding me. Oh, this is agony. That should have been the end of that snake. Oh. He got a split. Okay, this player is a loose idiot. And I should have called ace-king against them. Yeah, they might have had it though. I suspect in that spot, because they went all in pre-flop, not after the flop, they might be doing it with a semi-something. I mean, in that spot, wow, okay, never mind. They're just an idiot. This one all with 7-3. They have no credit with my books. Oh, this sucks. This sucks. This sucks. I want to jam with this hand, but I can't. Simply because of this, because I'm so close. Also because, you know, any ace and I'm in trouble. Hey, Hank, how you doing? Welcome to I want so badly to get 7th in this fucking match. I'm gonna miss the flop, so it's fine. Oh wait, no, we would fit a queen, but with spades. Yeah, or higher. I mean, that would require a lot of double ups, but I'll be happy with 7th, given how this game's gone so far, to be honest. I'll take... Oh, come on. PokerStars, please stop doing this to me when I'm trying to play cautious, and I really shouldn't have done that. I should have just jammed all in. But any ace and I'm in trouble here. I mean, not with this board, I'd have fucking crushed it, but I had to get to the board. And this is all because of the money bubble. If the money bubble wasn't in the equation here, I'd have jammed. But I just want to get 7th on the board. At least I know now not to give this player too much credit with the all-ins anymore. So if he tries that shit again, I'm not gonna tolerate with a big hand. Not that it will matter. This player's thinking the same thing. We want each... Okay, this is an all-in. You want to... Even if this is an all-in, no question. His range is absolutely all over the place. I'm not folding this. Now that we've seen what this player is capable of... Oh, wow, I even crushed their flush draw. Oh, come on. Oh, you fucking kidding me. Wow. Oh, he loses to that fucking short stack. I'm sorry, guys, but that was just fucking bullshit. I play the hand perfectly against the loose player, and I am punished because they somehow managed to look out for me. That was the closest I have ever come to hitting a fucking cash spot, and I can't beat a fucking stupid idiot who jams all fucking in with King 5. By God, I should have punished them so fucking hard. No, Lord Misfit, the snake is a fucking fish. End of discussion. He's gonna win with 7-3. He's just being a moron. And the sick thing is that means my ace king before was probably good against him, but because I didn't know how they played, that was the only reason. The only reason. If I had seen that they were loose idiot, I would have called the ace king, but it's a second hand, and obviously I can't just immediately assume that I want to play a flip. In hindsight, maybe I should have been very suspicious by the fact they went all in with that stack size, but they could have had a pair. And even if they had the deuces, I'm flipping. But given this fucking range, I would have called. And that's why I called ace-jack, and there's nothing I can do. I make the correct decision. I even cover his flush. He has to hit 5s, and he hits 2-pair. And, you know, I could have hit an ace or a jack or running hearts, but no, he hits the king 5, and I go out on the money bubble, and the fucking frog who was below me gets a payday, and I get nothing. So I've spent 2 hours, actually, I think it's a bit less than 2 hours, about an hour and 30, 40 minutes, and I get to the fucking money bubble, and I lose because a player is an idiot. And they get rewarded for their stupid, stupid play by taking out someone who was deliberately waiting to snap them. You owe me, PokerStars. Next time I'm in this situation, I want to not only come 7th, I want to win. You fucking owe me, game. That was a fucking horrible beat to take at the worst possible time. But what can I do? There's nothing I can do. This happens, and I'm sick of paying the fish tax. Bad time to raid. Bad time to raid. I just busted out. Thanks for the raid, I guess, but the stream's over, basically. I've just spent nearly 2 hours. I was in one spot of making some money, and I lose because a player goes all in with King 5 and hits a 5 and a King on me when I have a better hand. I have played, and the thing is, I've played well tonight. I think I've made some good decisions at various points. Maybe I've been a bit cautious, but I basically played okay. And I am awarded with nothing. No, Sephia, I'm not playing for another hour. I'm going to go to bed. I have to work in the morning. This is so... And even if I was able to play it for another hour, I'm not in the mood anymore because I've just lost a big beat. Fuck off. What a fucking scrub. Absolute disgusting. Hey Sketch, how's it going? Yeah, I was bowing out anyway whenever that game finished. It just finished on a real bummer. That sucks. That's the second final table I've hit. And that's the second time. The second fucking time I've gone out eighth. Absolutely disgusting. Hey, thanks for the 45 bits. I mean, it's only 25 cents, I get that. I'm not too worried about the fact that I've lost 25 cents. That's not an issue. I have plenty more in the bankroll. It's the nature of the defeat. You know, I am waiting for my strategy, my smart strategy to start paying off. I want to get cashes. I want to see the bankroll go up. I want to start seeing some success. And so far, I have seen 0 success. But I have come to a final table 3 twice and hit the final table bubble. Yeah, it's real life money, but it's small stakes, Sketch. Don't worry. It's only $23. I have 100 buy-ins on a 25-cent game. I have, wow, with this current stack, I think I have about 95, 94. But I have plenty. It's not an issue. I'm not being stupid and gambling like a warning I can't afford to lose. But I'm trying to improve my game. Yeah, gamble games... I mean, the problem here is also the fact that it's micro stakes and players are idiots at this level. And I'm still learning how to deal with that. And I think I dealt... And it's just annoying... because I played well. I was short stacked for so long. I picked good spots. The only things I think that were mistakes was I didn't get paid with the aces because I went all in when I should have perhaps flatted or even min bet to incur a re-raise. So I could have had a bit more money off the aces instead of getting everyone to fold. I think that was a mistake I made when I had aces, and I should have really been punishing players. I should have been punishing players. You know, basically, you don't get big hands too often, and I should have basically... I should have not jammed because I was getting too much credit under the gun. I think that's something I had to keep in mind as well, because I was thinking like just go all in, someone calls because of stack size, but I had 1,000, I had position and a decent reputation of tightness, so I wasn't getting any credit for not having a good hand there. So I think I've learned that in those spots, if I get aces and I'm under the gun, I want to get paid. I don't want to scare people off necessarily, and I might occasionally flat or min raise, so at least players have the option to go over the top of my head. I think I've learnt that at least, you know. I mean, sometimes going all in with aces is fine, but I think that was a spot where I should have been getting paid. It's just water, Sketch. I'm working tomorrow, so I can't drink anything. Yeah, it's the time wasted. It's the attempts at patience. It's the fact that at the end of the day, I was patient. I was short-stacked. I made several good folds. I played good. And I lose because a moron decides to go crazy and jam. Now the sad thing is I want players like that to go crazy and jam, but I also want to be able to beat them so I can take their money, you know, because he goes all in. I want to play against that player again and again and again. I will play my tag strategy and shove him off the board. That is the kind of player I want to play against. Because he's stupid enough to go all in with King 5, 7-3, the range is so wide I can play tight and just run good hands into him. If I get unlucky and they happen to have a good hand, so be it. They're being so wide in their range, I have more chance of being ahead of them. But, you know, and I even had the flush covered. I just didn't have kings and fives covered. Very, very painful to take that, really. Genuinely a little annoyed, to be honest, given how that went. But this is what you have to deal with, you know. Another day, if I get that spot, I go all in with Ace Jack and they give me half their stack and I bust them and I have 14k and with my 14k I'd have had a chance to win the whole tournament. I would not have been spaffing it away like an idiot, that's for sure. What a bummer. What a disappointing conclusion. Well, hey, let's look at the positives. I made a final table for the first time on a poker stream. For the first time on this poker stream. So that's progress, guys. In the last couple of these games, I've had a final table where I went 8th. I've gone out in 10th on off-stream game, and I've gone out on the final table on 8th. So if I keep going, eventually we're going to crack this stupid fucking money bubble, and I hope to God that when I crack it, I get a fucking good position. Not 7th. I want 3rd at least to make up for this batshit of shit. So yeah, we're done for tonight. How is that only fucking 2 points on the chest icon? Hey G411, the stream is unfortunately ending for tonight. I have just spent 2 hours, nearly 2 hours on a poker game where I just went out 8th, and one more spot I'd have actually made my first cash. Even though it's a 25-cent game, it's a start. It's at least a profit. It's a beginning. It's something. And we just got unlucky. So it happens. It's the kind of emotional tilt that poker players have to go through. And obviously, I would be smart enough in this position to not immediately play another game, because that was a really shitty fucking way to end the night. But it happens. We're going to keep going. We'll be back. We'll be back. This is part of the practice. Gotta grind, and then one fucking day, I will be that person with 16k. And the thing is, when I have 16k, I am going to be a good enough player to keep it, not spew it away with crap. And then I will win a tournament, and that will be the beginning of the hot streak or whatever. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Bit of a hard one to take. Alright. Well, what am I going to do tomorrow? I'm at the gym tomorrow. So I'm going at 6. Let me think. So tomorrow I'm actually going to take a break from the ladder. I'm going to play Spectrum by Capellan. I'm going to be playing some Doom tomorrow night. Onto the request of Spectrum by Capellan. I think I will tackle it because I think it's only like 10 maps, and while it's supposed to get a bit difficult, I want to play it, I guess. And I do have the intention of also getting a poker game in at the end of the stream if it is something that gets done in like 2 or 3 hours or whatever, we'll see. If not, maybe I just take a day off or whatever. But I'm going to play Spectrum, so I'll be back to some Doom tomorrow night. So, yeah, I'm going to be playing Doom tomorrow night, and that's the plan. So, as I said, I was going to mix things up around the letter playthrough. I'm not just going to play the letter until it's finished, because I don't know how long it's going to be. So, I will play some Doom tomorrow evening. So, thank you all for watching who have stuck around. And we are going to raid Vortal. Hang on, who else is streaming? Oh, hold on, what's this? Oh, no. We'll raid Vortal. I think he's celebrating his 12-year anniversary, so we'll raid him again to celebrate his 12 years on Twitch. So thank you all for watching, and I will catch you all tomorrow evening for some Doom. Have a good night, everybody. Stay safe.